Good morning. My name is Felicia Orth, a hearing officer appointed by the Oil Conservation Commission to conduct a hearing in case number 23580. These are proposed amendments to the Commission's rules to address chemical disclosure and the use of perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, which we'll be referring to as PFAS all week long, in oil and gas extraction. The affected rules are 19.15.2, 19.15.7, 19.15.14, 19.15.16, and 19.15.25. The hearing procedures are set out in the Commission's rulemaking rules, which is 19.15.3. We do have 5 parties in the action. These are folks who entered their appearance timely, and most are presenting technical witnesses. I will name them and invite appearances in the order in which we will be hearing from them, at least generally with accommodation for witness time constraints. The petitioner is Wild Earth Guardians. Mr. Davis?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer, Commissioners. I'm Tim Davis. I represent Wild Earth Guardians in this matter.
Thank you. I know that I excused New Energy Economy from part of this based on international travel, but if someone is here from NEE, happy to accept your appearance. Okay. NEE is the second party we'll hear from, subject to time constraints. Then the Oil Conservation Division. Mr. Tremaine.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair, and Commissioners. This is Jesse Tremaine on behalf of the Oil Conservation Division.
Thank you so much. Nick Maxwell is ordinarily on the platform. Mr. Maxwell, are you with us? Yes, we can. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. And finally, NMOGA, the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning, Commission. I'm Chris Mulcahy of Holland & Hart Law Firm with my colleague Adam Rankin on behalf of NMOGA.
Thank you so much. In addition,
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner and members of the Commission. EOG Resources had also entered an appearance in this case. We will not be presenting any technical testimony. We will not be objecting to exhibits, but we're simply here on record to monitor. Along with me is Dina Bennett from Madril Sperling.
All right. Well, thank you very much. In addition to the presentations by the 5 parties, we will also be hearing from public commenters up to 3 minutes each. We'll have public comment a couple of times each day. And actually, we'll begin with accepting whatever public comment there is to be given in just a moment. So if you're on the platform or in the room to offer public comment, just need a few more minutes to address preliminary matters. The parties and I had a pre-hearing conference before the holiday, the weekend, and the 2 snow days. And we addressed a few things there that I should mention to the Commission before we begin. Firstly, there were 4 motions, each of them addressing the testimony of witnesses and designed to exclude or otherwise restrict that testimony. Based on a reading of what counted as technical testimony, for example. Those 4 motions were denied with the exception of an acknowledgement that as to Ms. Troutman, she really is a fact witness rather than someone with who will be testifying as to specialized knowledge or expert knowledge in a specialized area. You will hear from her, though. The parties presented basically an agreement amongst themselves. They were all agreed that in order to try to finish the evidentiary record this week so that we do not have to schedule extra days when we get to Friday, they wanted to forego witness summaries. We've all had the actual testimony in hand, in writing, full narrative for a couple of weeks now. And so each witness will be sworn because the rules require they be sworn. They will adopt their written testimony under oath, and then they will stand for cross. We'll begin with cross by the other parties and then come to the commission in the event the commissioners have questions. Some of the witnesses have prepared rebuttal, and all direct and rebuttal will be given in the same witness testimony session so that we're not going back and forth multiple times. There will be opening statements of 20 minutes each, and we won't address closing statements until we get to the end of the evidentiary record. The commission will decide when we have completed the evidentiary record whether it chooses to deliberate immediately or chooses to deliberate in a subsequent meeting. If you choose to deliberate immediately, the parties would like the courtesy of a verbal closing statement before you do that. Could be limited to 20 minutes, for example. If you choose, on the other hand, to deliberate at a subsequent meeting, they're happy to be invited to submit written closing statements that you would be able to refer to before you met again. So, do the commissioners have any questions about anything I've said in my opening statement? If not, I will proceed to invite public comment.
I do not have any questions.
Okay.
I do not.
Thank you very much.
Madam Hearing Officer,
Yes.
I just wanted to make you and the parties aware that I filed Mr. Horwitz a written rebuttal this morning, and that is the acceptance of that testimony, I understand, is contingent upon a finding from the commission that it is actually offered for rebuttal purposes. And so when Mr. Horwitz takes the stand, hopefully today, this afternoon, maybe this morning, I just wanted to get some direction as to whether the commission wanted him to actually read that to make that determination, or if there was another procedure you'd like for us to follow prior to me moving for its admission.
All right. Let's address that when we get Mr. Horwitz on the stand. I will ask the other parties sooner rather than later. Let me know if you have an objection along those lines, and I will take an opportunity at our break to read it myself.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's turn then to public comment. Once again, public comment will be taken from those in the room and those on the platform. Please gather your thoughts. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes and just one comment for each person. If you have more to say than can be fit into 3 minutes, we invite you to put your thoughts into writing and submit them to Sheila Apodaca, the commission administrator. The commission will consider your written comment as having equal weight as anything you said verbally. So let me ask first, is there someone in the room who is here to offer public comment this morning? There will be lots of other chances. I think I saw you, Mr. Gom, first, yes? And you, ma'am, I'll call on you next. Is there anyone else in the room who is going to want to give public comment? No? All right. Would please, Mr. Gom. And I'm going to ask everyone to spell your name for the transcript and to ask if you swear or affirm to tell the truth.
Thank you. My name is Norman Gaume, Gaume.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer and Commissioners. I'm Norm Gom. I live in rural Sandoval County. I have expertise in and formal training, a master's degree in water and wastewater engineering, and I'm expert in the state's water resources, having served for 6 years as the New Mexico Interstate Stream Commission Director. My concern is that New Mexico is in dire straits with regard to water resilience. And contaminants such as PFAS need to be prevented as opposed to having to deal with the aftermath more than we already have. I'm president of the New Mexico Water Advocates, and I'm making these comments on behalf of the organization and myself. My topic is the New Mexico Water Quality Control Commission 11-day rules hearing on making rules for the treatment and use of produced water. I was an expert witness. I attended all of that hearing, an expert witness for New Mexico Energy Economy. I'm not affiliated with them here. Let me tell you what was said. First of all, during and before the hearing, there were claims without evidence that PFAS is not used in oil and gas drilling and completions. The NMOGA president and CEO wrote editorials in the Albuquerque Journal and the Santa Fe New Mexican saying that no PFAS was used. At the hearing, I talked to an Occidental vice president from Houston that I met in 2020 when I was on the Produced Water Research Consortium Technical Steering Committee. He assured me that there was nothing that was added to drilling fluids and completion fluids that I would object to. Those were his words. The sworn testimony painted a different picture. Mike Hightower, who is the director of the New Mexico the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium, testified under cross-examination, sworn testimony, that whether or not PFAS is used is up to individual operators. The NMOGA CEO and president was listed as an expert witness, but she chose not to testify, and so nothing that she said was sworn testimony and subject to cross-examination. The facts are different. There's no data in the consortium's produced water characterization database, none. PFAS has been found in produced water in the limited samples that are available, and we know that operators guard the quality of their produced water. They're free with the quantity information, but they won't say anything about the quality of it. I did a quick calculation after EPA set a new limit on 2 PFAS chemicals. 1.5 ounces of PFAS would contaminate 100,000 acre feet above the safe drinking water limit that was just set. 1.5 ounces, 100,000 acre feet.
Mr. Gom, would you wrap up, please?
I will. The governor in her 2018 campaign platform advocated for full disclosure. Colorado mandates full disclosure. The oil and gas industry says they don't use PFAS. Your job at this point is to ban the use of PFAS and to require disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gom. Ma'am. Spell your name first, please.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner. I'm sorry, I don't know your title, and commissioners. My name is Kathleen McLeod, MCCLOUD, and this is rather short notice for me. I live in La Cienega.
Hold on. Do you
Yes.
swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. And I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay. I live in La Cienega. I'm up north. I know a lot of the oil and gas happens down south. However, we have had a recent misfortune with our water, which is currently under investigation by the Department of Defense, the Army of the National Guard, regarding a plume which has contaminated the water of several wells in La Cienegua. So that's my reason for being here and my own interest in PFAS. I'm also a long-term resident of New Mexico. So I'm all about supporting Wild Earth Guardians and new energy economy. Full disclosure, there has been nothing but duplicity and lies surrounding PFAS, and the new science, not new, the science has been there, but the information coming out that is indeed very dangerous for the future of the planet. So I would just say to the commissioners here, be on the solution or be in the solution or be in the problem. But this is our state, this is our land, and it belongs to our children. That's all I have to say. Do the right thing. Full disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me move to the platform now. Let's see. I am unable to see the names. Sheila, would you unmute one of them at a time? Oh, now I see Nancy Yen. All right. Ms. Yen,
Yes.
if you would spell your name for the transcript, please.
My last name is Yuen, spelled Y-U-E-N.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
The New Mexico Oil Conservation Commission has the authority and obligation to demand disclosure of all chemicals used in oil and gas exploration and retrieval within the state of New Mexico. There are several chemical substances that are illegal to use in any context, and companies operating within the state of New Mexico must ensure the Commission that these chemicals are not in use in their operations. It is incumbent upon these companies to provide a complete list of chemicals used, and that unannounced well inspections must be allowed to ensure not only public safety, but compliance with the company's own stated list of chemicals used. Among the chemicals used in exploration and extraction operations, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances must be prohibited due to their permanence in the environment. Since these chemicals do not break down under natural conditions, they must never be released into the natural environment under any circumstances. These reasons are inarguably clear and pertinent to the discussion at hand. Companies who either explore or extract oil, gas, or any other resources must provide complete lists of chemicals used, using the ingredients' chemical names and not trademarked or proprietary names, which can be used to hide their actual chemical makeup. So-called trade secrets prevent other companies from using proprietary formulations, but all companies must disclose these formulations to the New Mexico Oil Conservation Commission for safety and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yan. Sheila, would you move to the second hand there? Amy Christian. Ms. Christian?
Yes.
Hello, would you spell your name for the transcript, please?
Christian, Christian.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I am a resident of the Pewaukee River Valley here in northern Santa Fe County, and I'm coming to you today as both a private citizen, a mother who has raised their kids here on this land, a resident teacher in the public schools and in schools throughout New Mexico, and also a representative of Northern New Mexico Surge, which is a local chapter of the National Showing Up for Racial Justice organization. I'm deeply concerned that this issue is even needing to be discussed. I'm wondering how it can be possible that we're entrusting industry with the health and well-being of our children, our families, and the very water that supplies life to New Mexicans across our state. We know for a fact, it's not conjecture, it's been proven, documented, that PFAS are highly toxic even in tiny amounts, and that they can contaminate entire ecosystems. They present a high risk of contaminating both surface and groundwater, but groundwater here in New Mexico, the groundwater is even more susceptible to this risk, and 87% of our public water comes from groundwater, meaning that our state, more than any other place in the country, is very susceptible to this risk. It's been proven that any exposure to PFAS can be linked to cancer, kidney cancer, testicular cancer, thyroid disease, high cholesterol, reproductive and developmental toxicity. The list goes on. And our younger generations are already seeing an increase in these cancer rates. And the oil and gas industry are amplifying this already present threat by injecting the PFAS underground, which is not how it's used in many other contexts. Why are we protecting industry over our own health and the health and future of our future generations? We have to stop. We have to move away from protecting the profits over people. What will all this be worth if our children and grandchildren can't even live healthy lives? I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. Pardon me, but I just implore you, it's in your hands. We have to end this lack of disclosure and accountability. And the concept of trade secrets is just a farce. There's absolutely no excuse for the lack of a disclosure that leaves our people unknowingly exposed and unprotected. We need public protection, and it's in your hands to do it. Please, we need the industry to be held accountable for the average of 4 spills a day of fracking wastewater. We must restrict production until there is adequate treatment and discharge methods. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Christian. Should Sheila move to the next hand? No, Nadia?
Hi,
Nadia?
my name is Nadia Brent.
Nadia?
Brent.
Okay. And would you spell the first name as well, Nadia?
Yes, Nodiah.
Thank you so much. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
I would like to thank our hosts at the OCC. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I want to acknowledge the environmental nonprofits that work tirelessly on our behalf. Your conviction, compassion, and wisdom are a source of great comfort and inspiration to the citizens that attend these meetings and beyond. I would also like to express deep gratitude to our Native communities. Thank you for your prayers for all creation. Your energy feeds the spirit of these lands, and your teachings are the touchstone of conservation. I'm here to ask the OCC to exercise its authority to ban the inclusion of PFAS in fracking operations and prohibit the designation of chemical identities as trade secrets, plus implement regular testing to ensure compliance. After much research on the subject of PFAS, I remain unconvinced of the wisdom of poisoning our water in order to gain access to more fossil fuels that will further heat the planet, potentially ensuring that our species and others will perish prematurely. I don't understand how we as a state and a country could believe that it's morally acceptable to contribute disproportionately to this horrific preventable demise that would affect and is in fact already affecting the whole world. Our elected officials and the regulatory agencies that they helped to create exist to safeguard public health. We entrust them to hold the line between us and bad actors. The pollutants that have been endorsed in my lifetime alone are all waterborne and airborne due to evaporation, We may not be able to escape any of them, but we can choose not to boost their saturation levels. I would like to think that cleanup and mitigation are a taxpayer priority rather than the continued proliferation of toxins. I understand that the United States rests on a foundation of unremediated decay, namely genocide and slavery. Is this why we seem to be unable to build decisively in the direction of stability? We must turn this around. Our country will soon be under the administration of officials who have promised to enact sweeping environmental deregulations. Let's resolve to uphold principles of respect for Earth and all life, not because it's a guarantee of immunity, but because it's who our children and their children need us to be. Speaking of respect, commissioners, before you knew your mics were on, we on Zoom heard you make a series of disrespectful remarks about the people who were coming in to join this meeting. Would you be willing to apologize for that?
Ms. Brent, that may have to remain a rhetorical question at this point. I'm sorry I wasn't here.
I tried to alert you. I posted the remarks plus an alert telling you that you could be heard, but nobody responded. So I did try to help you be aware of what was going on.
Thank you. I'll ask the chair later if you'd like to address that. Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
Would you move to the next hand, please, Sheila? This is Savannah Woods. Ms. Woods, would you spell your name for the record, please?
SAVANNA
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right, I'll start your 3 minutes.
I support a prohibition on PFAS and PFOA in oil and gas operations and a requirement to disclose chemicals used in downhole operations because PFAS and PFOA do not break down and are known to accumulate in land, water, and in our bodies, leading to their nickname forever chemicals. There is no level of exposure to these contaminants that is safe. Even a tiny amount can contaminate entire ecosystems. Exposure to toxic chemicals like PFAS is a serious public health risk, and oil and gas regulations must prevent drilling operations from contaminating our land and water. Without disclosure requirements, there is no way for regulators to verify or enforce a prohibition on PFAS in oil and gas operations. That is why I am advocating for disclosure requirements, such as those that are in place in California and Colorado. As a young person, I am concerned about cancer showing up in younger generations due to exposure to carcinogens like PFAS. Also, PFAS bioaccumulates, so our babies will have more PFAS in their bodies than we do. But what I'm especially concerned about is the protection of profits over people. New Mexico is the second largest oil and gas producer in the nation, and I'm concerned that our failure to require disclosure, as other states do, is an attempt to protect the fossil fuel industry's profits. Every year, American taxpayers pay about $20 billion to subsidize the fossil fuel industry. We cannot keep allowing them to get away with murder for the sake of my generation and your grandchildren's generation. The oil and gas industry has known about climate change for decades and has continued to double down on production while spending millions in misinformation campaigns so they can continue to profit. They are not known for their integrity. Your duty is to keep us safe, not corporations. I ask the Oil Conservation Commission to ensure that the rules governing oil and gas drilling prevent contamination of New Mexico water with PFAS and any other harmful chemicals that can accumulate in soil and water and harm public health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. You would move to the next name. No, we've already heard from Nadia Woods. Let's see here. Paul Pino. Okay.
I think it's me, Lori Costello, or no?
Oh. I think since I have Mr. Pino on the screen, can I take you next, please?
Absolutely. I'm sorry to
All
interrupt.
right. Thank
Sorry
you.
about that, Lori.
Mr. Pino, if you would spell your name for the record, please.
Paul Pino, Pino.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I will start your 3 minutes.
Okay. So I'm a retired teacher. I'm a rancher, a great-grandfather, a downwinder, songwriter, and my people have been here in New Mexico for at least 10,000 years. And I'm just a regular guy. I don't study this stuff. And so this is what I understand. The federal government, led by Dick Cheney and Republicans, created a law that made it legal to pollute water if you were drilling for oil, if you're an oil company. And if that isn't like demon level stuff, I don't know what is, you know. The EPA says that these chemicals are not safe at any level, and they last for a very, very long time, even longer than my family has been here. So since the feds created this problem, you know, it's up to you guys, it's up to us to protect ourselves. You know, the feds aren't going to do it for us. They're bought off for sure, you know, but we can protect ourselves, you know, if we want to, if we have the cojones to do it, you know. Here's something that's kind of funny, but it's not funny also. I heard this thing that said, the worst thing that can happen to a third world country is for someone to discover oil, gold, or diamonds there, you know? And so here we are blessed with all this oil. And then what happens? You know, people come in that just want to monetize everything, take all the money out of here and leave us with the filth. And that's exactly what happened with the uranium industry. You know, I heard like around 500 abandoned uranium mines that the companies just went bankrupt or just like left. Nobody's holding them accountable. Who's going to have to pay for that? Taxpayers. And I don't want to see that happen again here. So please stop the use of these chemicals and absolutely require disclosure. Be stand-up people, and that's it. Thank you very much for listening today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pino. I would take Ms. Costello next, and I'll get to you very soon, Ms. Costello. But right now, the chair would like to pause the public comment in order to address the hot mic.
So the comment was made that there was a hot mic, and I can first off want to apologize for anything that was said on a hot mic. Our mics were off here on the dais. So it may have been someone on the actual platform that said it, but we respect everybody's opinions. We respect everybody's point of view, and that's the whole point of this hearing. To be able to take this information and to be able to accept what's coming in from the public, what's coming in from oil and gas, what's coming in from the environmental groups, and make the best decision possible. I can speak for the three of us commissioners up here. We hold the respect very high for everybody, and we respect every single one of you. So we meant no disrespect. If it was presumed that it was us that said it, I apologize not only for us, but for all the comments that were made. We need to be respectful. So if you're going to be on the public comment access as well, either make sure your comments are going to be acceptable or keep your microphone shut until time to be able to make your comments. This is a respectful place. We expect everybody to show the same level of respect for everyone else. We're all entitled to our opinions. So again, I apologize for any comments that were made. I could tell you that the three of us commissioners did not say that. Our microphones were off, but it may have been said on the public platform. This morning, there was quite a lot of chatter before we started, prior to us even having our microphones on here. So please make sure that you're respectful. We're going to be respectful, and then this makes it the best hearing possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's turn to Ms. Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for those comments. My name is Lori, Lauri, Costello, Costello.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
I am a family physician living in Las Cruces. I urge you to prohibit the use of PFAS along the oil and gas life cycle and to further prohibit the use of any undisclosed chemicals in fracking operations. Let me first clarify that PFAS refers to per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances. PFOS is simply the most ubiquitous since it was first marketed for widespread use in the 1940s. PFOA is the other most common of more than 5,000 of these toxins. Some of them already exist in the bloodstreams of essentially everyone in the US and likely in the world. Many PFAS chemicals are carcinogens and/or endocrine disruptors. Endocrine disruptors cause malfunction of hormone pathways and affect every system in our bodies, including thyroid, which regulates our metabolism, neurologic, gastrointestinal, cardiovascular, reproductive. Endocrine disruptor contamination of water in Garfield County, Colorado was documented in 2016 while I was living in that state. In medicine, we used to subscribe to the precautionary principle and emphasized caution, pausing, and review before promoting new innovations that may prove disastrous. For the last many decades, however, industry has emphasized denial, refusal to acknowledge scientific proof, false accusations, and externalization of costs. The result is harm to people, wildlife, and to the environment that used to sustain us. This harm tends to disproportionately affect marginalized populations in sacrifice zones, such as Northwest New Mexico and the Permian Basin area. The complicity of regulatory agencies and of some politicians is astounding. The fact that there are no publicly available lab tests to analyze for PFAS and few, if any, public health systems addressing the problem, there is essentially no provision for public protection from PFAS. How ironic that the governor has supposedly championed the fight against PFAS in our drinking water, yet she continues to advocate for the reuse of produced water contaminated by much more than just these forever toxins. The OCC cannot claim to lead the state's charge toward clean energy, as stated on your website, while ignoring the fracking crisis. Please prohibit the use of PFAS along the oil and gas life cycle and further prohibit the use of any undisclosed chemicals in fracking operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Costello. If you would move to the next hand, please, Sheila. See Erica Lee Simca.
Yes, so that's Erica, ERICA, Lee, LEA, hyphen Simca, SIMKA.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Yes, my name is Reverend Erica Lee Simca, and I am a parent, a pastor, and a 2-time cancer survivor. I beat ovarian cancer in 2006 and thyroid cancer in 2021. The thyroid cancer is back now, and it is classified as chronic. I am 36 years old, and I am essentially making a third go at fighting cancer. While I can't be 110% sure of the causes of my cancers, genetic predispositions have been ruled out. I believe my repeated cancers are connected to environmental carcinogens. If I had known about these forever chemicals in the water before now, I believe I would have made different choices for mine and my child's consumption. Some people's bodies, like mine, really are that sensitive, but I didn't know. I implore you to update the chemical disclosures so people, including myself and my baby too, can take precautions, as I now know that exposure of any amount can have health impacts. These changes you are considering about disclosures, and I'd even like to see stricter standards for waste in the future. These are not a matter of feeling sorry for the girl with cancer. This is about recognizing the harm you caused yourself by choosing to even risk harming a neighbor. Whatever your faith or none, the golden rule is phrased differently, but is essentially universal. Treat others the way you want to be treated. And finally, as a partner of a non-English speaker, I'd like to be on record as objecting to what I understand to be the Commission's deliberate refusal to provide interpreter services, specifically for Spanish speakers, who are some of the most impacted by these issues as workers and residents of New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Lee Simca, for your comments. Let me correct one impression there. The denial of the original request for an interpreter was a result of the fact that the request came from an organization and not an individual. And Commission Counsel wanted to make sure that, in fact, monolingual Spanish speakers appearing as individuals in these hearings were making that request. It is an expensive and time-consuming proposition for the agency to provide those interpretive services. When I heard last Wednesday that there would be some folks, individuals, desiring interpretation between English and Spanish, notwithstanding the fact that we did not have a timely request for that service, I did ask Ms. Apodaca to try to find an interpreter for some time this week that we could identify. I wanted to confirm with her this morning and haven't yet done it. I understand, though, that she has, in fact, found an interpreter for a couple of hours on Friday. And as soon as I confirm that, I'll be announcing it all week and hoping that the monolingual Spanish speakers who'd like to offer their comment can make their comment during that time. I do have a plan B and a plan C if that doesn't work for the individuals who are affected. But it really is our intention to include as much public input as we can. That's why the Commission does these hearings in the first place. So, but thank you for raising that.
Thank you. I understand.
All right. Sheila, if you would move to SS. Let's see here. Stephen
Schmidt.
Schmidt. All right. Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, would you spell your name for the transcript?
STEPHEN SCHMIDT.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
I probably won't need 3. I just wanted to speak for her as someone who has been affected by PFAS in their well. I live in La Cienega. My well has been verified as containing PFAS chemicals. I don't know how long that has been occurring. Maybe most likely the 20 years or 18 years that I've been living here. I've spent about $1,500 to try to mitigate that so I can drink the water. I don't know what the health cost will be for me in the future and what that will cost me. It may be my death, who knows? And so I'd like to say if industry has claims that they don't use PFAS, then I don't see why they would have any opposition to testing for those chemicals. If they're not using them, they'll come up clean and they're cleared and they can't be taken to court or anything like that if it's true. I'm very much for disclosing what is used by the industry in these chemicals, and I hope to prevent all other people in New Mexico having to deal with the issues I've had to deal with, along with my neighbors, which also have contaminated wells. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Sheila, will you move to CK, please? She has her camera on. There you go.
Hi, is that me?
Yes, that's Carolyn Knapp.
That's right.
Would you spell your name for the transcript, please?
It's Caroline Knapp with a K, K-N-A-P-P.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
And if you would please speak up, you're a little soft.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I'll start your 3 minutes.
Great. So like the last two speakers, I'm here to comment as someone whose health and community have already been damaged by PFAS contamination in groundwater. My husband and I, like Stephen Schmidt, live in La Cienega, which is a beautiful and historic rural community just south of Santa Fe. We're near an ancestral Pueblo village site at the foot of the Caja del Rio and beside the Santa Fe River. We are also a few miles downhill from the National Guard Training Center at the Santa Fe Airport. 1 year ago, exactly on a Friday afternoon, 3 o'clock, I happened to open an email from the Santa Fe County Sustainability Program because its title mentioned La Cienega. As I read it, I got chills. The email said that PFAS had been found in a few test wells, and as I scrutinized the map, I realized that one of them was on our street. That was the only notification we got that something was wrong. The next weeks were a blur of activism and urgent fact-finding about water testing and filtration. When the dust settled, it was clear that the water that my husband and I have been drinking, showering in, watering our vegetable garden with, and feeding to our chickens was deeply contaminated. Our well has the highest levels of PFAS in our neighborhood. And because we eat our own vegetables and eggs and our neighbor's goat milk, we were taking PFAS into our bodies at high rates. I've since had my blood tested, and I have abnormally elevated levels of PFAS circulating through my body in a signature that matches exactly the balance of PFAS found in our water. Though I have no other risk factors for it, I now have very high levels of bad LDL cholesterol, which is a known effect of PFAS. My husband and I now have to live with, for the rest of our lives, increased risk for heart attack and stroke, for kidney and testicular cancer, as well as reduced immunity and scores of other vulnerabilities, many of them still being discovered. We have to live with all of that because of the negligence of the National Guard, which released firefighting foams directly into the soil, permanently contaminating the groundwater. None of the individual guardsmen would have wished to harm us. They themselves were almost certainly harmed by those same foams. The villain here is the lack of regulation. The Oil Conservation Commission has an opportunity to change that pattern, preventing the harm that was done to us in La Cienega from being inflicted on countless communities across our state. I urge you to ban PFAS compounds and all undisclosed chemicals from use in oil and gas drilling, development, and production. You truly hold our health and the health of future generations in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knapp. Sheila, if you would move to G, Gail. Let's see. I just see the first name, Gail. All right.
Yeah.
All right. And also, Sheila, hold on 1 sec. Would you please mute SS because I see the screen going in and out. There we go. So Ms. Gail, if you would give us your full name and spell it for the transcript.
It's Gail Robin Seidel, Gailrobinseydel.
All right. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having this hearing. It's very important that you use your regulatory powers to really protect New Mexicans. I grew up in a cancer cluster community in which the water table that we all drank out of underneath our homes and farms was contaminated with endocrine disrupting chemicals. My mother and my aunt who lived next door all died very young, as did many of the adults in the community that I grew up in. Many of us were also affected, the children, and many of us have different kinds of health issues from those exposures at very young ages. So I would request that you ban the inclusion of all PFAS and PFOA chemicals in future industrial oil and gas processes, that you also required full disclosure, and you can do this without impacting so-called trade secrets, industrial trade secrets. So please do that, as well as please champion regular testing of the chemicals in use of our water. You have a great responsibility as a watchdog to protect us, and we really hope you do. And just finally, I would say, I see 5 of you up on the dais there, and statistically speaking, if you look to your right and you look to your left, 1 of the 3 of you will get cancer and die of it in your lifetimes. And we are all having these massive exposures to PFAS and other endocrine disrupting chemicals. In fact, Albuquerque had the first public conference in 1993 on endocrine disrupting chemicals, which these chemicals are, and was very impactful in terms of promoting many organic processes in food production throughout the state. And I hope that you will take up that banner and really regulate the oil and gas industry and protect the people of New Mexico. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Finally, Sheila, would you move to thank you? Yes, E. Elaine Semino, I believe. Ms. Semino? Still muted.
Hello.
Hello. Would you spell your name for the transcript, please?
Hello, my name is Elaine Chimino. That's Cimino. I'm the director of... Okay.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm the director of Common Ground Rising. Please see our written report. I've lived in La Cienega for 10 years near the Santa Fe River in a row of houses impacted by nitrate pollution that had caused blue baby syndrome in infants. And despite this known hazard, no investigation was conducted into other contaminants that could have seeped into our aquifer from the nearby National Guard sludge fields and wastewater treatment plant. The PFAS exposure found by the USGS has lasting impacts on health, of which I now have severe autoimmune issues. I am deeply concerned for my neighbors, their children, their grandchildren, who continue to face these unresolved health risks. In 2004, I witnessed a sludge truck illegally dumping sludge waste into a ditch that flowed directly into the river. When I reported it, instead of the state police, representatives from the company arrived, along with the sheriff, who circled my car and took no action. This incident exemplifies the enforcement failures that communities like La Cienega face. Unfortunately, Rio Rancho has suffered from these same practices. In 2018, 288 truckloads of radioactive T-norm sludge from the Rio West brine wells and a waste injection field were illegally dumped into the municipal landfill by fracking Baker tank truck operators. This toxic waste was also used for dust control during the EVAP pond reconstruction, allowing dangerous particles to become airborne, increasing exposure risks. The site that has not been cleaned up, and those responsible have not been held accountable. These incidents highlight the compounding risks that toxic waste and PFAS present across New Mexico, especially given our fractured geology, which makes contaminants even more likely to spread into our soils, ground drinking water, and air. With nearly half of New Mexico's population on Medicaid, these health impacts fall hardest on vulnerable communities. Continuing to allow PFAS use will lead to escalating healthcare costs, environmental degradation that ultimately strain our economy. It's time to ban PFAS, close trade secret loopholes, and prioritize the health and safety of all New Mexicans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jimino. All right, we'll do one more online and then I'll return to the room here. Let's see, Michael Swearingen.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, spell your name for the record, please.
Michael, Michael, Swearingen, Sweringgen.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning. Name is Michael Swearingen. I was a science teacher and taught biology, earth science, and the science of climate change. PFAS are some of the most dangerous and toxic chemicals that exist. Any dose is too high. No thoughtful person would ever release PFAS into the environment for any reason, ever. I'm going to talk about two things. One is the chemistry, what makes these last forever. And the other is one of the reasons why they're so dangerous. So what makes PFAS forever chemicals? So the most important chemical of life is called carbon. Here is a carbon atom. There are also atoms called fluorine. Here's a fluorine atom. When they get together, they make the strongest chemical bond that carbon can make. And that's why PFAS, which have lots of these carbon-fluorine bonds, they're almost impossible to get rid of. So what are they used for? These super strong chemical bonds make them very good at some things. Where there's a lot of heat or a lot of pressure, PFAS don't melt or gum up the works. And that's why they're used in fracking fluid in oil and gas wells. They keep the gas and oil flowing, don't gum up the works under the heat and heavy pressure of fracking wells. So today you're going to hear a lot about the very real dangers of PFAS, and we already have heard. But I want to focus on one particular danger. These forever chemicals basically also last forever in our bodies. Once they get in our bloodstream, they can't be filtered out. We start getting PFAS into our bodies from the placenta before we are born and in mother's milk. Even at very low exposures, they slowly build up and we can't get rid of them. So the damage gets worse over time. We get them from contaminated water, from fracking, from fire retardant foams, contaminated air, and nonstick pots and utensils. Each company has a fracking fluid recipe using PFAS chemicals, and they won't tell us what's in it because it's a trade secret. This has to change. At a bare minimum, they should report all the chemicals they use in fracking, since they leave behind toxic sacrifice zones they will never fix. In my opinion, PFAS should never be allowed in the environment. Why would we allow a poison into our food and water that we can never get rid of? The answer is obvious. Tens of billions of dollars in profit for the oil and gas industry. And this is just one of the reasons we need to leave the oil and gas industries behind and use new ways of powering our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swearingen. I'm going to move now back to the room. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to offer public comment this morning? There will be other opportunities. Ma'am in the plaid, I saw your hand first, and then I'll call on those of you in the back row. And for everyone, there's a 3-minute limit. Please gather your thoughts. I will ask you to spell your name, and I will ask you to swear or affirm to tell the truth. So, ma'am, if you would state and spell your name.
My name's Evelyn Bemis, Evalyn, last name Bemis.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
I am a resident of Santa Fe that just absolutely loves this environment, the people, the wildlife. And I'm not here on behalf of any organization. I'm a photographer, and I was honored in 2014 to take one of the very first fracking reality tours that Daniel So conducted. Actually, he did it just for me, which was amazing. And we got to see this whole huge swath of New Mexico up in that northwest quadrant, and the impacts on people there, particularly homesteads where there'd been a waiver of setback, and they had the flaring, the VOCs from that, all the other impacts going on with their livestock, their children. And so I was rather astonished at what was going on with very little knowledge to the public. So when the BLM started to do their resource management plan amendment to address fracking, which wasn't in existence when the first plan was created. And I went to a scoping meeting at the counselor chapter, and afterwards there were question and answers you could do with the staff. And I said, what do you do with those abandoned oil pipelines that we had seen? And they said, we just leave them to rot in place. And I was really astonished by that. And subsequently, they stopped at the scoping meetings, they stopped having the staff be able to answer questions directly. And now here we are 10 years later, and the resource management plan has been abandoned. They just gave up on it after hundreds of meetings and testimony. And so I'm speaking on behalf of the people who live up there, the environment that's been really taking a hit. It's been considered a sacrifice zone. And that's just one part of New Mexico. We know there's something like 4 spills a day of fracking fluids. Those are the ones that are reported. So at the very minimum, this thing you're being asked to do to ban the use of these chemicals that are known to be so dangerous, something that you can do. And we can't rely on the feds to do it. Obviously, they had a chance during all that resource management plan amendment process to address, and it's certainly not going to happen in the new test and the new administration. So thank you guys for giving this a really serious consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Bemis. Those of you in the back would like to come up one at a time and offer your comment. Please state and spell your name first.
My name is Sofia Jenkins Nieto, Sofia. Jenkins is Jenkins.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Sofia Jenkins Nieto. I moved to Albuquerque for college and have built my life here ever since. As a young person, I always feel the weight of the climate crisis pressing on my generation, causing uncertainty over our future. But it's not just the existential threat of a warming planet. It's also about toxic exposure that we didn't ask for, that we are not even being told about. PFAS are called forever chemicals for a reason. They persist in our environment, accumulating in water, soil, and ultimately our bodies. These chemicals are toxic even in tiny amounts and have been linked to cancers, thyroid disease, reproductive toxicity, and immune dysfunction. As a young woman, this isn't just an abstract danger, it's deeply personal. The threat of PFAS means facing increased cancer risks, potential harm to fertility and pregnancy, and a legacy of health crises will pass down if nothing changes. Here in New Mexico, over 80% of our public water comes from our groundwater, making our communities especially vulnerable to contamination. When oil and gas companies inject PFAS underground, on top of the leaks, spills, and fracking wastewater mishandling they're already responsible for, They're putting every one of us at risk. Worse yet, they hide behind trade secrets, refusing to disclose the chemicals they use. This lack of transparency leaves our families, children, and neighbors unknowingly exposed to a toxic stew with no recourse for protection. In New Mexico, we average around 4 spills of fracking wastewater per day. And without adequate treatment and regulation, these chemicals can seep into our groundwater, polluting what we drink and rely on to live. It's unacceptable. The very least these companies can do is ensure that PFAS isn't among the substances they're releasing when these inevitable spills occur. PFAS isn't a hypothetical risk. Studies show younger generations are already experiencing higher cancer rates. This isn't just an issue for tomorrow, it's harming us today. We need a ban on PFAS use in oil and gas operations. We need full disclosure of chemicals used. We need enforcement, transparency, and accountability. I'm calling on the Commission to act for our health, our environment, and our future by passing this rule. We can't afford to wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins Nieto. Anyone else? State and spell your name first.
Felicia Guillen, F-E-L-E-E-C-I-A. Last name Guillen.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I was originally going to give my comment in Spanish, but because I woke up a little tired today, I decided not to. Frankly, it would have been more dramatic in Spanish, but that's okay. My name is Felicia Guillen. I am a student at the University of New Mexico studying business administration and sustainability studies. I grew up in Edgewood, New Mexico, where our water has always been precious and scarce. Today, I am here because our water faces a new dangerous threat: contamination from PFAS chemicals. As a young person, I often feel overwhelmed by the constant battles we need to fight against the oil and gas industry. Why do we have to work so hard to protect our natural resources? Why must we fight so hard for what should be a basic human right: clean water? PFAS chemicals are extremely toxic, even in small amounts, and they pose a real danger to our environment. In New Mexico, 80% of our drinking water comes from underground. This water is now at risk. Being exposed to these chemicals can cause cancer and other serious health problems, especially for our young people and for our elders. It is not fair that the oil and gas industry, to destroy our land, to pollute our water, and to put our health at the risk just for their own economic gain. We are tired of being treated like a danger or a sacrifice zone, a dumping ground where companies think they can do whatever they want with our land. Companies should not be allowed to hide what they are putting into our land. We need to know what chemicals are being used. We need to protect our land and our water for everyone's sake. So I ask that the Commission ban the use of PFAS in oil and gas operations, and to make sure companies tell us what chemicals they are using. Our communities, our health, and our very way of life are under threat. As someone who has seen the effects of water scarcity firsthand, from watching local farmers struggle and community wells run dry, I cannot stress enough the urgency to take decisive action. The safety and security of our water supply are ultimately non-negotiable. We cannot let our health and our future be put in danger. Thank you so much for listening to me today. Please make the right decision to protect all of us in New Mexico.
Thank you, Ms. Guillen. Next. If you would please state and spell your name.
Yes, my name is Enedith Lopez. You spell it as ENNEDITH
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
My name is Enedith Lopez, and I am the Policy Campaign Manager at Youth United for Climate Crisis Action, also known as YUCCA. We are led by young Indigenous and people of color, which has thousands of supporters across the state. We are deeply committed to fighting for environmental justice. I am here today to urge you to support Wild Earth Guardians and New Energy Economy's petition to ban the use of PFAS on the oil field and ensure the disclosure of the industry's proprietary chemical components to the public. In New Mexico, we face a series of emergencies because of environmental pollution and the climate crisis. We see the imbalance between the state prioritizing a polluting industry, which is known to cause the climate crisis, over the public health in our communities and protecting the sacred lands that are sacred to Indigenous communities. Families and entire communities must endure the extremes of the climate crisis, from losing energy and power due to an unexpected record-breaking snowstorm in northern New Mexico to the flooding of a landlocked city like Roswell due to a record-breaking rainfall, all within 1 month. If we continue to fail to hold industry accountable for their crimes against our environment and our communities, we will continue to see these crises time and time again. This petition offers a step towards safeguarding our land, air, and water. New Mexico's groundwater accounts for 80% of our drinking resources. PFAS poses the risk of groundwater contamination, which we all know is a scarce resource due to the mega drought that I've had to endure for my entire existence. It is outrageous for the industry to sit here and claim that PFAS are not intentionally used in fracking in New Mexico, when we know from the Physicians of Social Responsibilities report of its use in 2022. Regardless of its intentional use or not, the irreversible harm still exists and will continue to exist for generations. It is unjust and inhumane to expect communities in proximity to these fracking, drilling, and maintenance operations to endure this level of toxicity. As we know, PFAS exposure over a long period of time can guarantee the development of cancers, reproductive hazards, and thyroid disease. Environmental racism and climate inaction can no longer be accepted as a practice and the norm for the sake of the economy or for the sake of one single industry over thousands and millions of people. Ensuring the protection of our health and water resources can ensure to deliver justice for our communities who have suffered so much for generations. We bear a duty to protect our water, which is sacred, precious, and irreplaceable. New Mexico is positioned to do just that by banning PFAS in oil and gas operations and ensuring the disclosure of its proprietary chemical components to the public. Lastly, I really do want to address the language issue. I am a Latina woman, and I proactively work with my community to inform them of what's going on. And I fail to understand as how the commission can expect for a monolingual Spanish speaker to navigate the website on their own, find the times, the dates, the email to come to this commission hearing, and still not have that available in Spanish. It is the responsibility of the state for you to use your resources to ensure that this is equitably accessible to our communities across the entire week. It is not acceptable to only allocate one single day to monolingual speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Are there any other commenters? If you would please state and spell your name.
Zephyr Jaramillo, ZEPHYR JARAMILLO.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Zephyr Jaramillo, and I come from the pueblos of Isleta and San Felipe. In our communities, we honor the longstanding tradition of safeguarding our lands and waters. We have witnessed the insidious effects of pollution from oil and gas extraction, effects that often remain hidden. One of the most harmful and covert threats is the use of PFAS chemicals. The April 2023 report from Physicians for Social Responsibility documented the use of PFAS, including PTFE, in New Mexico oil and gas wells. This report highlighted not only confirmed use across multiple counties, but the lack of comprehensive disclosure due to industry reliance on trade secrets. This means that the true extent of PFAS contamination remains concealed, putting our communities at profound risk. PFAS persists in the environment, accumulating in water and within our bodies over time. This persistence makes their use by the oil and gas industry particularly dangerous. Here in New Mexico, where over 80% of our public water supply comes from the groundwater, the stakes could not be higher. The industry's routine injection of PFAS-containing materials underground on top of daily spills and leaks of fracking wastewater endangers our health and our precious water resources. Unlike other sources of PFAS, oil and gas operators inject these chemicals directly into the earth, where they can infiltrate and contaminate aquifers. Industry representatives claim that PFAS is not intentionally used in fracking here, but the evidence tells a different story. The Physicians for Social Responsibility report documented PFAS use and pointed out that due to limited disclosure requirements, we cannot know their full extent of their use or their impact. Industry spokespeople hide behind quote-unquote trade secrets to obscure critical information, claiming transparency while keeping New Mexicans in the dark. It is a dangerous distraction to argue that PFAS contamination is ubiquitous. While PFAS contamination is indeed a widespread issue, the oil and gas industry's unique role in injecting these chemicals underground makes it a special threat. This poses a direct risk to our state's groundwater, and yet our current regulations only require partial chemical disclosure, leaving us vulnerable. We have the right to know what chemicals are being used in our water and land. Our families deserve protection, and healthcare providers need access to chemical information to respond to exposure incidents. This is about transparency, accountability, and ending a toxic legacy that puts all of us at risk. Ban PFAS in oil and gas operations, demand full chemical disclosure, and protect our water, our health, and our future.
Thank you, Ms. Jaramillo. Is there another commenter? You would state and spell your name, please.
It's going to be Jonathan, Jonathan, and then Juarez, Juarez.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jonathan Juarez. I'm from the pueblos of Laguna and Isleta, but I've grown up in Albuquerque my entire life as a result of the contamination and environmental racism left behind by the Jackpile uranium mine, which is less than a mile from the village that my family has called home for thousands of years, where our culture and traditions have evolved with the land. The Pueblo people, water is more than life-giving. It is sacred. It connects us to our ancestors and to future generations. It also plays vital roles in our ceremonies, and we've always understood it as our relative, not a commodity. This belief in the sanctity of water is shared by New Mexicans from all walks of life and across political spectrums. From chili farmers down in Hatch who rely on the acequias to irrigate their fields, to the families in Albuquerque's South Valley who are fighting tirelessly to preserve the Rio Grande for their children and grandchildren. In a desert region like ours, we all understand the interdependent role that water plays. And yet, toxic fracking waste is spilling onto our lands at an unprecedented rate. It contaminates sacred lands, threatens the health and livelihoods of thousands, and is treated as though it can simply be hidden or ignored. These spills, which are happening at a rate of at least 4 times a day according to the industry's own self-reporting statistics, contain dangerous levels of PFAS forever chemicals, adding another layer of harm to our water, our air, and our bodies. PFAS do not break down, they accumulate. They seep into our ecosystems, they move through our livestock and into the food we eat, and they even pass from parents to their children. It's a toxic cycle that ripples through generations. And this contamination is not just an emergency, it's a generational threat. PFAS endangers not only those of us here now, but also our children and their children. Now, as a Pueblo person, my elders have taught me that our decisions today must reflect the needs of 7 generations to come. And that if we're making those choices with future generations in mind, then our children's children will have clean air to breathe and water to drink. And there is nothing more important than that, certainly not profits. The oil and gas industry is willing to sacrifice New Mexico's future, treating our people and our lands as disposable. How dare they poison our water, our air, and our connection to our homelands, and then attempt to hide behind trade secrets to justify their actions. They profit while communities suffer, our health declines, and our lands are left barren. Remember that while the fossil fuel industry can finance pipelines stretching hundreds of miles and extracting billions of dollars from communities in northwestern New Mexico, those same communities, primarily on the Navajo Nation, still lack basic access to running water and electricity. The least that our government and state agencies can do is protect us from these toxic chemicals. Banning PFAS in oil and gas isn't just harm reduction, it's essential.
Please wrap up, Mr. Juarez.
So I call on you to act. Please ban PFAS in oil and gas operations, demand full chemical disclosure, and enforce real protections. We cannot afford to keep sacrificing our health, our families, or our lands for an industry that profits while we suffer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Juarez. All right, we'll take a few more commenters. We will take a break soon, but we will move through all commenters present online or in the room before we turn to the technical case. If you would state and spell your name, please.
Rafe, R-A-I-F-E, Juarez, J-U-A-R-E-Z.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rafe Juarez, and I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I served my country to protect our people, our lands, and our future. But here at home, I see a new battle, a fight against toxic contamination that endangers everything I thought I was fighting to defend. As a veteran, I know firsthand how vital clean water, fresh air, and healthy land are, not just for survival, but for resilience and strength. And yet right here in New Mexico, those basic rights are under attack. PFAS contamination, those so-called forever chemicals, is spreading through our communities, leaching into the water, the soil, and the bodies of our people. These chemicals don't just disappear, they accumulate and leave a lasting impact. It's as if we're in a perpetual war zone, only this time the enemy is pollution and the casualties are our health, our environment, and our future. PFAS contamination is a betrayal to every New Mexican. These chemicals used recklessly by the oil and gas industry are poisoning the same lands and waters we veterans swore to protect. Each spill, each leak, each trade secret these companies hide behind, these are the scars that they leave on our homeland. They get rich off of our resources, but they leave the damage behind for us to clean up, for our families to suffer through. The government has a duty here. When I served, we learned the value of integrity, of taking responsibility. It's time our government holds the oil and gas industry to the same standard. We can't let them leave behind a legacy of poison in the name of profit. Every day we wait, the contamination spreads further, embedding itself deeper into our lands, our food, our families. I'm asking you to do your duty to protect the people of New Mexico, ban PFAS and oil and gas operations, demand full transparency from the industry, and force the protections that can spare our communities from this slow-moving disaster. We veterans were willing to put our lives on the line for this country. The least our leaders can do is ensure our families aren't left to suffer the fallout from corporate greed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Juarez. Would you state and spell your name, please?
Stephanie Aguirre, Stephanie Stevany. Aguirre, it's Aguirre.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
I would like to say it in Spanish.
We don't have an interpreter at this point. I believe we will have an interpreter Friday at the Friday public comment session. Stephanie, is that something you're able to confirm? Sorry, Stephanie, you're Stephanie. Sheila, is that something you're able to confirm at this time?
It hasn't been completely confirmed. That is the time that we're working with.
Okay.
I just don't have another time to come and say it, but I have it written in Spanish and English.
That's terrific. That would be my plan B, frankly. If you give it to us, we will have it interpreted for the commission before they deliberate.
Okay. Or may I say a suggestion?
Yes,
I
yes,
have
you may.
someone that can say it, can read it with me.
Okay,
and
that's
can
fine.
interpret it
That's
for you.
fine. Do it however you'd like.
Thank you. Buenos días, mi nombre es Stephanie Aguirre, soy una residente de Santa Fe y actualmente vivo dentro de los límites de la ciudad.
My name is Devaney Aguirre. I'm a resident of Santa Fe and I currently reside within the city limits.
Soy madre de 4 hijos menores de edad. Primero, me gustaría agradecer por darnos la oportunidad de expresarnos el día de hoy.
I'm a mother of 4 kids under the age of 18. I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today.
Algo que me gustaría mencionar que es decepcionante es que los intérpretes no fueron proveídos en esta junta para las personas que hablan español.
One unfortunate thing I would like to mention is that interpreters were not provided for this meeting.
Este es un factor muy importante porque queremos ser escuchados y esto también incluye a las personas de habla hispana que son partes de la comunidad y que ellos y sus familias pueden estar en riesgo también.
This is important because we want to be heard, and this includes our Spanish-speaking communities because they and their families are at risk as well.
Habiendo dicho esto, me gustaría proceder.
I would like to proceed with my speech.
Hoy me gustaría arrojar luz sobre una cuestión medioambiental y de salud pública que trae preocupación y ha ido ganando más atención. Me refiero a PFAS.
Today, I would like to shed light on an environmental and public health concern that has been increasingly gaining attention, PFAS or per and polyfluoroalkyl substances.
Estos son unos grupos de químicos hechos por el hombre que han sido usados por varias industrias alrededor del mundo desde 1940.
These are a group of man-made chemicals that have been used in various industries around the world since the 1940s.
PFAS puede ser encontrado en una amplia gama de productos de consumo, como utensilios de cocina, antiadherentes, ropa repelente de agua, tejidos resistentes a las manchas y algunas espumas contra incendios, pero también
PFAS are found in a wide range of consumer products such as nonstick cookware, water-repellent clothing, stain-resistant fabrics, and some firefighting foam.
Uno de los aspectos más preocupantes de PFAS es la persistencia en el medio ambiente y en el cuerpo humano.
One of the most concerning aspects of PFAS is their persistence in the environment and in the human body.
Estos químicos no se descomponen fácilmente, es así como adquirió el apodo de químicos eternos.
These chemicals do not break down easily, earning them the nickname of forever chemicals.
Como resultado, PFAS se puede acumular con el tiempo, lo que lleva a posibles efectos adversos para la salud.
As a result, PFAS can accumulate over time, leading to potential adverse health effects.
Estudios han relacionado la exposición de PFAS con varios problemas de salud, incluyendo daño al hígado, enfermedad de tiroides, la disminución de fertilidad, colesterol alto, obesidad, supresión hormonal y hasta el cáncer.
Studies have linked PFAS exposure to various health problems, including liver damage, thyroid disease, decreased fertility, high cholesterol, obesity, hormone suppression, and even cancer.
El uso generalizado de PFAS ha conducido a la contaminación de los recursos de agua, suelo y aire.
The widespread use of PFAS has led to contamination of water resources, soil, and air.
Las comunidades cercanas a instalaciones de fabricación, bases militares y las áreas donde espumas contra incendios han sido usadas están particularmente en riesgo.
Communities near manufacturing facilities, military bases, and areas where firefighting foam has been used are particularly at risk.
A medida que nos volvemos más conscientes de los peligros presentes por PFAS, es crucial que tomemos acción para reducir la exposición y mitigar su impacto.
As we become more aware of the dangers posed by PFAS, it is crucial to take action to reduce exposure and mitigate their impact.
Esto incluye abogar por unas regulaciones más estrictas en el uso de PFAS, y esto lo podemos hacer apoyando la investigación para alternativas más seguras y asegurando la limpieza adecuada de los lugares contaminados.
This includes advocating for stricter regulations on the use of PFAS, supporting research into safer alternatives, and ensuring proper cleanup of contaminated sites.
En conclusión, abordando el tema de PFAS no se trata solo de proteger el medio ambiente, sino también se trata de salvaguardar la salud pública.
In conclusion, addressing the issue of PFAS is not just about protecting the environment, but also about safeguarding public health.
Esto se puede lograr al trabajar juntos. Podemos impulsar los cambios necesarios para reducir la presencia de estos químicos nocivos en nuestras vidas y crear un futuro más seguro y saludable para todos. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
By working together, we can push for the necessary changes to reduce the presence of these harmful chemicals in our lives and create a safer, healthier future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aguirre and ma'am. All right, we need a break. The commission's been going since 9 o'clock. It's 10:45. Let's return at 11. We are back from the break, and Mr. Rubin has requested an opportunity to make a statement.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Members of the commission, and also for the benefit of the parties, clearly trade secrets is going to be something that's going to be hotly contested, both factually and perhaps legally. I just wanted to give the parties the benefit of my initial thinking, and I do apologize if this is something the parties have already anticipated in their exhibits, which I have not sorted through yet. But obviously the Uniform Trade Secrets Act is a constraint on what can be passed by rule. However, I do note that there is a provision under 74-615, which relates to water quality, which may or may not act as an exception to trade secrets to the extent they have been disclosed as part of a Water Quality Control Commission meeting. And I read that when relevant, or as I quote, under 74-615A3, when relevant in any proceeding pursuant to the Water Quality Act or the Federal Act. There is an equivalent statute relating to air quality and trade secrets. I do not know how this will ultimately sort out, but to the extent the parties want to account for that possibility in their presentations, so I know there has been some discussion of PFAS within the water quality context. It might be helpful to know that ahead of time. Thank you. And with that, I turn it back over to our capable hearing examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. We are back after a break, and we will continue accepting. Sorry?
Point of.
Oh, very sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So the chair did invite me to proceed regardless of whether he was on the dais. We had that conversation earlier this morning. All right, we're going to continue to accept public comment, both in the room and on the platform. Let me ask if there's anyone else in the room who would like to offer public comment during this session. There will be lots of other opportunities. All right, if you would come up one at a time, please. Again, you have 3 minutes. I will ask you to state and spell your name, and I will ask you if you swear or affirm to tell the truth. You would state and spell your name.
My name is Brianna Revere, BriannaReviere.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brianna Revere. I am here to express my deep concern regarding the presence of PFAS in water air, and healthcare systems of New Mexico. These toxic chemicals, known as forever chemicals, due to their ability to persist in the environment and the human body for decades, are being detected at alarming levels in various parts of our state. Prolonged exposure to PFAS is directly linked to a wide range of adverse health effects in the New Mexican residents, who are already facing public health challenges due to poverty, limited access to healthcare, and other social inequities. The impact of health of the New Mexican residents due to PFAS has proven to be highly harmful to human health, even at low levels of exposure. In particular, scientific studies have shown that these chemicals can cause the following health problems in people who have been exposed: cancer, hormonal and reproductive disorders, immune system damage, metabolic disorders, impact on child development. In Santa Fe, as many other areas in New Mexico, PFAS contamination is beginning to have a serious impact on community health. The city, which relies heavily on groundwater sources and local springs, has seen an increasing levels of PFAS in drinking water in some areas, putting the health of thousands of residents at risk. The people of Santa Fe, especially those living near industrial areas or military bases, where these toxic chemicals have historically been used, are particularly exposed to these harmful compounds. Additionally, growing concerns about health effects such as increased respiratory diseases, endocrine disorders, and reproductive health problems are disproportionately affecting young families and the elderly. In Santa Fe, where public health already faces challenges due to poverty and limited access to healthcare, exposure to PFAS only worsens the situation, placing an even greater burden on local healthcare systems and exposing vulnerable communities to long-term consequences. The presence of PFAS in drinking water, air, and soil of New Mexico is a serious and growing threat to the health of our residents, especially those in rural and marginalized communities who are the most vulnerable to this contamination. It is urgent that authorities take decisive action to reduce and eliminate PFAS levels in our state, that stricter policies be implemented for PFAS regulation, that water quality, air pollution, and laws be strengthened, and that further scientific research can be conducted to understand the long-term effects of these compounds on human health and the environment. Additionally, it is essential that New Mexican residents receive clear and accessible information about the risks associated with PFAS, as well as resources for testing and protecting their health. I urge immediate action to protect the health and well-being of future generations. PFAS can no longer be allowed to affect New Mexican communities. It is our responsibility as a society to take swift action to address this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Next. Please state and spell your name.
My name is Michael Dolce, MichaelDolce.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. As a longtime educator, my entire focus of my career has been the future, and I have to ask, what are we doing? What are we doing to our planet and to our children? 87% of our water is groundwater. The EPA warns that fracking chemicals can contaminate this water through spills, faulty casings, or direct injection. With New Mexico's water already strained by drought and climate challenges, protecting it from toxins like PFAS is essential. What are we doing? I don't want to sound like a broken record. A lot of people have talked about the health problems that are associated with PFAS. I will simply say that no level of exposure to these chemicals can be considered safe. What are we doing? Oil and gas companies won't prevent contamination and won't disclose the chemicals they use, citing trade secrets. Well, transparency about ingredients is standard in other industries, food, medicine, cleaners, so people can make informed health choices. The same should apply to oil and gas. We have a right to know what chemicals are injected into our land and our very precious water. What are we doing? It's simple. Oil and gas companies override the will of people through lobbying, political influence, and legal exemptions that prioritize industry interests over public health and environmental protection. Their money silences my voice and the voice of others like me. And what do they think they're doing? Acting like collective psychopaths, corporations act without empathy. They lie, manipulate, evade accountability, and pursue profit at any cost. Don't their leaders consider the world they're leaving for their own children, let alone people like us? What are we doing when profit is prioritized over ethics and social responsibility? We have to stop allowing it. I urge the Oil Conservation Commission to take bold action by prohibiting PFAS in oil and gas operations and by requiring full disclosure of chemicals used in downhole operations. Safeguard the future of New Mexico's water supply, essential to the sustainability of life for ourselves and future generations. I look at the students I've taught over the years, and I want to promise them a future. But year after year, as we despoil our land and our water, I'm not even sure they're gonna have one. Please hear us on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dolce. Next. State and spell your name.
Good morning. My name is Miriam, Miriam Luevano, Luevano.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity, but I'm prefer doing in Spanish. I don't know if you have interpreter here to help me.
I believe we may have an interpreter Friday morning.
I can't come in Friday because I need to work. Can you tell me?
All right. Thank you very much for your assistance, ma'am.
Mi nombre es Miriam Luevano. Soy madre de 3 hijos, residente de Santa Fe y parte de Erker.
My name is Miriam Luevano. I'm a mother of 3 children, resident of Santa Fe and part of EarthCare.
Entiendo de manera profunda la necesidad de proteger nuestra salud y medio ambiente.
I understand the profound importance of the necessity to protect our health and environment.
Mi hijo menor, quien padece de asma y alergias, es especialmente vulnerable a las contaminantes ambientales.
My youngest son, who suffers from asthma and allergies, is especially vulnerable to the environmental contaminants.
La exposición a químicos tóxicos como PFAS aumenta los riesgos de salud para personas con condiciones respiratorias y alérgicas.
The exposure to toxic chemicals like PFAS further heightens the risk of our health for people who struggle with respiratory conditions and allergies.
Consciente de los efectos devastadores que estos químicos eternos tienen sobre nuestra salud y medio ambiente, me uno a la petición para regular y prohibir su uso en las operaciones de petróleo y gas en Nuevo México.
Conscious of the devastating effects of these forever chemicals within our environment and our health, I join in the petition to regulate and prohibit the use of PFAS in operations of oil and gas in New Mexico.
Cada día dependemos del agua limpia y del aire puro para la salud de nuestras familias.
Every day we depend on clean water and clean air for the health of our families.
Sin embargo, PFAS representa una amenaza real para ambos recursos.
Without a doubt, PFAS represents a real threat for various resources.
Estos químicos que no se degradan en el medio ambiente contaminan el agua subterránea y la superficie, de las cuales el 80% del agua potable de nuestro estado proviene.
These chemicals, which do not degrade easy in the environment, contaminate our groundwater and our surface water, in which 80% of our drinking water of our state comes from.
No se puede ignorar que la exposición prolongada de PFAS ha sido vinculada a graves problemas de salud como cáncer, problemas de tiroides y toxicidad reproductiva.
Without a doubt, we cannot ignore the exposure to prolonged exposure PFAS has led to a series of problems of the health, such as cancer, problems of the thyroid, and reproductive toxicity.
En un momento en el que las protecciones ambientales a nivel federal están en riesgo, es crucial que tomemos medidas a nivel estatal para proteger nuestras comunidades.
In a moment where federal environmental protections are at risk, it is crucial that we take the necessary measures at a state level to protect our communities.
No podemos permitir que las industrias continúen contaminando nuestra agua y aire bajo el pretexto de secretos comerciales.
We cannot continue to permit for industries to continue to contaminate our water and our air under the pretext of trade secrets.
La falta de transparencia y regulación nos deja expuestos a químicos peligrosos sin ni siquiera saber dónde y cuándo están siendo inyectados en nuestro suelo.
The lack of transparency and regulation leaves us exposed to dangerous chemicals without knowing where or when these chemicals are being injected into our ground.
Nuestros recursos son limitados y preciosos, y es nuestra responsabilidad protegerlos para las generaciones futuras. No podemos permitir que intereses corporativos pongan en peligro la salud y el futuro de nuestros hijos.
Our resources are limited and precious, and it is our responsibility to protect it for the future generations. We cannot allow for the interests of corporations to put our health at risk and the future of our children at risk.
Gracias por escuchar mi testimonio y por considerar la importancia de implementar una regulación estricta y una prohibición de PFAS en nuestras operaciones de petróleo y gas.
Thank you for listening to my testimony and for taking into consideration the importance of implementing strict regulations and a prohibition of the use of PFAS in oil and gas operations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, ma'am, for your assistance. Are there any other public commenters?
Morning.
Good morning. If you would state and spell your name, please.
My name is Megan Taros, MEGANTAROS.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
So I prefer to give my comment in Spanish, but I hear you don't have an interpreter till Friday, so I found my own accommodation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Buenos días, miembros de la comisión. Me llamo Megan Taros y soy representativa de Poder Familiar.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Megan Taros, and I am a representative with Poder Familiar.
Hoy te insisto que votes para poner al fin de uso de PFAS en Nuevo México. Los PFAS son químicos extremadamente tóxicos que destruyen ecosistemas enteros y son peligrosos hasta en cantidades muy bajas.
I'm urging you today to vote to end the use of PFAS in New Mexico. PFAS are highly toxic chemicals that destroy entire ecosystems and are dangerous at any level.
El uso de PFAS corre el riesgo de contaminar aguas superficiales y subterráneas, resultando en elevadas incidencias de cáncer de riñón, enfermedad de la tiroides y toxicidad reproductiva y del desarrollo.
The use of PFAS risks contaminating our surface and groundwater, leading to higher incidences of kidney cancer, thyroid disease, and reproductive and developmental toxicity.
En un estado donde 87% del suministro público de agua es subterráneo, es inaceptable jugar con las vidas humanas, especialmente cuando protegemos ciertas industrias de la responsabilidad.
In a state where 87% of the public's water supply comes from groundwater, it is unconscionable to gamble with people's lives, especially with the lack of disclosure that shields industries from accountability.
Es reprensible que nuestras comunidades ni siquiera pueden saber dónde estas industrias están inyectando PFAS o qué tipos que están usando.
It is reprehensible that our communities are not even allowed to know where PFAS are being injected or what types are being used.
Esto les roba la capacidad de saber si su salud está en riesgo y protegerse de ese daño. Ya hemos visto los efectos de estos químicos peligrosos desde la Cieneguilla hasta Clovis, donde los residentes están enfermos debido a PFAS y no pueden tomar el agua del grifo.
This robs them of their right to know if their health is being endangered and to protect themselves from that harm. We have already seen the effects of these dangerous chemicals from La Cienega to Clovis, where residents have been sickened and cannot drink their tap water.
Además, en Clovis tuvieron que aplicarles la eutanasia a unas vacas que fueron envenenados por estos químicos. Eso indica que PFAS puede dañar nuestros alimentos también.
Also in Clovis, several cows had to be euthanized due to being poisoned with PFAS. This shows that PFAS can damage our food and food systems.
No podemos dejar de que continúe esta tendencia peligrosa en nuestro estado y por eso te pido que votes para prohibir el uso de PFAS. Muchas gracias.
We cannot allow this to continue, a dangerous trend around our state, and that is why I urge you to ban the use of PFAS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, ma'am, for your assistance. Are there others who would like to offer? See a gentleman. You would state and spell your name for the record.
Miguel Acosta, Miguel. Acosta, Acosta.
Miguel Acosta, Miguel Acosta.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Buenos días, miembros de la comisión. Mi nombre es Miguel Acosta y soy director de Poder Familiar y soy residente aquí de Santa Fe. Les suplico a los miembros de la Comisión de Conservación del Petróleo que apoyen la petición de reglamentación propuesta.
Good morning, Commission members. My name is Miguel Acosta. I'm the director for the Familiar, and I'm from Santa Fe, New Mexico. I urge the members of the Oil Conservation Commission to support the proposed rulemaking petition.
Vivo y trabajo en un área de Santa Fe que experimentó los peores impactos de COVID en términos de cantidad de infecciones, complicaciones a largo plazo y muertes.
I live and work in an area of Santa Fe that experienced the worst impacts of COVID in terms of the number of infections, long-term complications, and deaths.
Descubrimos que nuestra comunidad también tenía las tasas más altas de problemas de salud preexistentes y las tasas más bajas de seguro médico y acceso a atención médica.
We found out that our community also had the highest rates of pre-existing health challenges and the lowest rates of health insurance and access to health care.
Recientemente descubrimos que nuestras comunidades también están expuestas a las PFAS.
We recently found out that our communities are also being exposed to PFAS.
Nos dijeron que fue por accidente.
We were told it was by accident.
Nuestros vecinos son principalmente personas de color y de bajos ingresos y por eso estoy aquí.
Our neighbors are primarily low income and people of color, and that's why I'm here.
Por todo Nuevo México, las personas con mayor probabilidad de verse afectadas por la contaminación con PFAS son las personas pobres de color.
Across New Mexico, those most likely to be impacted by PFAS contamination are poor people of color.
Esto es especialmente cierto en los sitios de producción de petróleo y sus alrededores, donde las PFAS se inyectan en el suelo no por accidente, sino como práctica estándar.
This is especially true in and around oil production sites where PFAS are injected into the ground, not by accident, but as standard practice.
Ustedes pueden cambiar eso.
You can change that.
Estas comunidades también tienen grandes problemas de salud preexistentes y tasas de seguro médico más bajas.
These communities also have high pre-existing health challenges and lower health insurance rates.
Las investigaciones muestran claramente que estos impactos acumulativos en las comunidades conducen a tasas más altas de varios tipos de cáncer, afectan el desarrollo infantil, afectan la esperanza de vida, contaminan las fuentes de agua, matan el ganado y destruyen los cultivos.
Research shows clearly that these cumulative impacts on communities lead to higher rates of several types of cancer, affect childhood development, impact life expectancy, contaminate water sources, kill livestock, and destroy crops.
Ustedes pueden cambiar eso.
You can change that.
Nuevo México ha sido una zona de sacrificio durante décadas.
New Mexico has been a sacrifice zone for decades.
Las industrias nuclear, minera, agrícola, corporativa y química han contaminado el agua, destruido hábitats y matado personas.
Nuclear, mining, corporate farming, and chemical industries have contaminated water, destroyed habitats, and killed people.
Sigue sucediendo y ahora se ha introducido en nuestra tierra una fuente evitable de contaminación y muerte.
It's still happening, and now a preventable source of contamination and death has been introduced to our land.
Ustedes pueden cambiar eso.
You can change that.
Tienen el poder de decidir a favor de la vida y de las personas
You have the power to decide in favor of people's lives
y de un medio ambiente sano
and a healthy environment,
o a favor de la muerte y la destrucción en nombre de las ganancias.
or in support of death and destruction in the name of profits.
Les suplico a todos a que apoyen la petición de reglamentación propuesta y brinden a nuestros niños un futuro mejor.
I urge you all to support the proposed rulemaking petition and give our children a better future.
Salud. También les pido que proporcionen interpretación y traducción adecuadas según lo exige la Constitución de Nuevo México, la Ley de Derechos Civiles de 1964 y el Tratado de Guadalupe Hidalgo. Están violando las tres.
I also urge you to provide appropriate interpretation and translation as required by the New Mexico Constitution, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo.
Gracias por su atención y gracias a los jóvenes de Yaca que defienden nuestras comunidades.
Thank you, and thank you for the youth of Yucca for defending our community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acosta and ma'am. Are there other public commenters? Other public commenters? Sir, in the green jacket. You would state and spell your name first.
Good morning. My name is Mick Nickel, Micknickel.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning. All Earth citizens, here and everywhere else, are suffering from Stockholm Syndrome of human lies from corporate crude capitalism and its toxic stream of 6,000 products. The data are everywhere. Black Gold supplies a line of more or less 350,000 spin-off toxins, most unstudied and unregulated, including 15,000 PFAS, all deemed health hazards. How are dominant lies delivered? Propaganda via manipulative advertising, pandering to citizens' fears, needs, and wants, exaggeration and distortion, denial or obfuscation, downplaying or misdirecting, projection leading to transference, intimidation, gaslighting, newspeak, and doublethink. The tools of this delivery are bribery, extortion, red herrings, false flags, and bullying. The populace, stressed out, dumbed down, drugged up, malnourished, and poisoned. Why the lies? Well, they work. Note this year's electioneering. Oil and gas create massive financial reward, power, and influence. The reaping of rewards while avoiding punishments. Keeping secrets, avoiding laws, rules, distrust, embarrassment, shame, guilt, and condemnation from us. To maintain all this requires creating illusions, fantasies, imagery that hide mistakes, errors, bad behaviors, and fear of failure with telling more lies. Lies are terrorist acts, more addictive than fentanyl, coke, tobacco, or booze. Lies destroy trust. They create chaos, and they promote nihilistic violence. Failure is not an option, so laissez-faire. Anything goes until it does not. All this lying puts you and the rest of us in the crosshairs. Without black goo, capitalism would be just another Chamber of Commerce focus group. We are here for you, troubled, angry, and seasoned citizens from all walks who have struggled through life's challenges to discover the values and complexities of civic, personal, professional, and planetary responsibility. Responsibility is our birthright. It reveals respect, fosters courage, dignity, strength, honor, and humility. This respect reveals truth, creates trust, and powers resolve to discover and cultivate wisdom, leading to reverence for life and earth as our home and its gifts of peace and compassion. We must pass this rule now and much more to put our fingers in the toxin-leaking dam of crude capital and drive our steel-toed boot in this toxic door. Reverse and revolutionize this cancerous culture now, not somewhere down the yellow brick road of intimidating fantasies. Lies work until they do not. Then things fall apart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nickel. Are there any other commenters in the room? I do see two more on the platform, but if there's someone else in the room, come on up, sir, in the gray. If you would state and spell your name, please.
My name is Stephen Meyer, Stephenmeyer. I live in Taos, New Mexico.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
All right, I'll start your 3 minutes.
I don't think I'll need 3 minutes. I'm a member of Renewable Taos, which is an advocacy group in Taos County. And I came here just to really understand what was going on with PFAS. And the issue that I would like you to consider is the trade secrets issue related to what the fracking fluid comprises. And if we do nothing more than just have people tell us what is in this fluid and not hide behind trade secrets, then I think we'll have a clearer path to fix many of the problems that are occurring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meyer. Anyone else in the room before I go back to the platform, ma'am? If you would state and spell your name.
Michaela Trujillo, Mykayla.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm here representing La Milpa, which is a community garden and food justice organization here in Santa Fe. And I am here to express my concern about the PFAS use, especially as it's considered a trade secret or lack of clarity that's expected for these companies to express to the people who live here in Santa Fe and New Mexico. It's not a trade secret, it's a public health crisis. And more than that, it's an environmental justice crisis. Most of our water coming from groundwater here in New Mexico is directly impacted by the use of these chemicals. So it affects every single person who drinks water, as well as every single organism that uses water, which is all of life. It's in our food, it's in our bodies. There's not someone who's not affected or above this decision to keep it a secret from the public. And so this decision to allow the secrecy to continue will affect not only us right now, but for future generations and past, the terms that we serve in the policies that we get to control. And I would also like to point out that I've been to a few public hearings and there hasn't been
a lot of access in terms of language interpretation, and a lot of my coworkers have a lot of very valid points, as a lot of New Mexicans speak Spanish, but this information isn't accessible to a lot of people, and this is definitely a barrier to a lot of our access to health and live healthy lives. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. Anyone else in the room before I go back to the platform? No? All right. Sheila, would you take number 1 there? I think it was Patricia Lehan. Okay. Would you state and spell your name, Ms. Lehan?
Sure. Pat Lehan. The last name is Leahan.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I swear to tell the truth. Yes.
Thank you. And I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm representing the Las Vegas Peace and Justice Center here in Northeast New Mexico. Madam Hearing Officer Orth and members of the commission. Speaking of telling the truth, just this morning, as a result of investigations into the oil and gas industry, newly unearthed documents have come to light, including those from as far back as the 1950s. TheGuardian.org published an article today about what was found. Other earlier investigations showed the industry spent decades internally studying the consequences of their industry on our air, land, and water. One study from 2023 discovered that Exxon scientists made what was labeled, quote, breathtakingly accurate predictions of global heating in the 1970s and 1980s. So what did the industry do next? They spent decades hiding what they found, while also sowing global doubts about climate science. So the basic takeaway, we now have further proof that the oil and gas industry has consistently been lying to us. They cannot be believed. They cannot be trusted. Why would we give an entity like that such power? You've heard from so many articulate speakers here today about the known hazards of PFAS, including those already sick and those who live on sacred land that's been contaminated. The industry needs to be better monitored and regulated and should not be allowed to hide the truth from us. Their formula needs to be disclosed, as is done in California and Colorado. Why not New Mexico as well? And the PFAS chemicals need to be banned. This water came out of the spigots of homes in Denton County, Texas. A mayor of a city in Denton County, when he heard that the oil and gas industry had come looking in our pristine area here in northern New Mexico, he drove here with his family and jars of this toxic water. This came out of the spigots of kitchens in people's homes there. He shared how his children are now sick, and he is on a mission to protect other children. Our children and yours, commissioners. Please do the same. Care about the children. And remember that the industry's not telling us the truth, and they're not even telling you the truth. They just cannot be trusted. In your hearts, commissioners, you know this. So please do the right thing. Lack of regulation is deadly, so ban PFAS and require full disclosure. Do it for your kids, and they'll be deeply grateful someday for your decision on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Land. Sheila, if you would move to hand number 2 there. This is Robin Schuett-Hames. If you would please state and spell your name. Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Robin Schuett-Hames, ROBIN SCHUETT-HAMES.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners. I live in rural Taos County, and I am unfortunately one of many people who are ill from what turns out to be environmental causes. I am very aware that there's a whole community of people suffering, often silently, throughout New Mexico and the West. I was once a bright and enthusiastic college student with a wonderful future and career and public contributions awaiting me. And then I spent decades being often bedridden, homebound with strange ailments, pains, fatigue, thyroid disorders, infertility, inflammation, joint pain. And it was only after, seeing literally hundreds of doctors that I began to make a connection between my own health, those of other friends and community members of mine, and environmental exposures. And it's only recently that I've learned about the science relating to PFAS, and that PFAS are linked to my illness, including things that, well, in some ways are even worse, like cancer, thyroid cancers, and ulcerative colitis. And I'm watching my generation and the generation after mine be sicker and sicker. We're already losing people to cancer in our 30s. And I'm seeing people developing neuroinflammatory disorders like Alzheimer's in their 50s. I'm not a scientist. I understand that science is complicated, and it is difficult for science to say that with any certainty that one chemical leads to one health ailment. But I do know this, we're seeing a pattern, and we have to have the data. We can't have this data obfuscated by secrecy in order to bring these things to light and study them and begin to gain some idea about what is happening to our water, and whatever happens to our water happens to our bodies. One thing I've learned from being sick all this time is that any illusion I had that my body or my life was separate from our water, our earth, and our air is completely delusional.
Ms. Haynes, would you wrap up, please?
Yes, thank you. So I just want to say that above all, this is a moral issue, and you commissioners have a profound responsibility to protect our water and our bodies for all New Mexicans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schrodheims. Sheila, if you would move to hand number 1 now. Nell Burris, looks like.
Yes.
Hello, if you would state and spell your name.
My name is Nell Burris, Nellburrus.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson and Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Nell Burris, a retired APS teacher, here to ask the New Mexico Oil and Gas Commission to ban the use of PFAS, particularly in fracking, since that process can introduce PFAS chemicals into our life-sustaining groundwater. In New Mexico, there are approximately 4 spills a day of fracking wastewater from the oil and gas industry, which adds to the risk of drinking water contamination. This is a relatively new topic for me, and to understand it better, I decided to compare PFAS chemicals to DDT, a now banned toxic chemical I remember from my childhood. DDT has a half-life of 2 to 15 years, which means about half of it breaks down within that time frame. PFAS, on the other hand, are reported to last thousands of years. They do not break down easily. The state of New Mexico has set a standard for DDT in drinking water that it should not exceed 2 micrograms per liter. A microgram is very small, but a nanogram is 1,000 times smaller than a microgram. So doing the conversion, 2,000 nanograms per liter is the New Mexico standard for DDT in drinking water. Let's compare 2,000 nanograms per liter for DDT to the EPA standards for PFAS chemicals in drinking water. The EPA standard for PFOA is 7/1000th of a nanogram per liter. That's 0.007 nanograms per liter. And for another chemical in this same class, PFOS, the standard is 1 nanogram per liter compared to 2,000 nanograms for DDT. It is questionable whether there is any safe level, since at even a very, very low level, there is documented link to kidney, testicular cancer, as well as other health problems, which have already been mentioned. The takeaway for me is that PFAS chemicals last way longer than toxical chemicals that the US has banned, and that even very, very low concentrations of PFAS in drinking water are very dangerous. We should not allow companies to obscure their use of PFAS in their attempt to avoid regulation. We need to know when and where these chemicals have been and are being used. Thousands of years of health and environmental impacts is too big of a risk to take for the sake of profits. Physicians for Social Responsibility has carefully laid out the science of why we should stop using PFAS and why we should greatly expand the disclosure requirements for PFAS use, especially in fracking operations. I hope you have read every word of that report, the 2023 report. To me, their recommendations seem logical, sensible, and urgent. Let's follow the lead of Colorado and other states that have already taken the necessary steps to protect residents from these dangerous chemicals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Barris. I see another hand. I believe it's Ray Ellen Smith.
Hello, yes.
Hello,
This is
if you
Ray
would
Ellen.
state and spell your name, please.
Ray Ellen Smith, RAYELLEN, last name Smith, SMITH.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you, members of the commission. I am the president of Indivisible Albuquerque and Reboot Our Democracy. I represent 2,500 activists statewide who are all very interested in this issue, and we are mad. For almost 20 years, U.S. public health advocates have worried that toxic chemicals are getting into groundwater and harming human health because of an exemption to the Federal Safe Water Drinking Act that allows operators of oil and gas fracking operations to use chemicals that would be regulated if used for any other purpose. The so-called Halliburton loophole means that the industry can use fracking fluid containing chemicals linked to negative health effects, and we've heard many people giving testimony about that without being subject to regulation under the act. So this makes poisoning Americans legal. This has to be fixed, and you can fix it. Fracking companies can keep data about dangerous chemicals from state regulators and the public in all but 2 states. California and Colorado require all chemicals to be disclosed, even those that frackers claim are trade secrets. 24 other states have disclosure laws but allow frackers to keep their secrets to themselves. From 2014 through 2021, 62 to 73% of reported fracks each year used at least one chemical that the Safe Water Drinking Act recognizes as detrimental to human health and the environment. If not for the Halliburton loophole, these projects would have been subject to permitting and monitoring requirements, providing information for local communities about this potential risk. In total, fracking companies reported using 282 million pounds of chemicals that would otherwise be regulated under the Safe Water Drinking Act through 2021. This is likely an underestimate since the information is self-reported and only covers 23 states. It's unconscionable to me that New Mexico would allow chemical disposition of fracked water. We don't know what's in it, and in any circumstance, Until the federal government overturns the Halliburton rule, which isn't very likely, and goes back to supporting the Clean Water Act, we run the risk of killing New Mexicans, wildlife, wholesale ecologies, and our children. We can fix it. It's easy. I'm pretty confident when I say that no oil and gas company executive would ever allow these trade secrets to be disposed of in their water supply, put in their glass of water, put in their swimming pool. So why don't the rest of us matter? Members of this committee need to think about the broader implications to our water supply and insist on disclosure laws requiring full disclosure of all chemicals, including the super dangerous PFAS being discussed today. Thank you for your time. Protect us. It's your job.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Let me ask if there's anyone else on the platform who is present to offer public comment. Please raise your hand on that platform. I don't see any more hands. All right. Let me make another sweep of the room here. Is there anyone else in the room who is here to offer public comment? There will be lots of other opportunities this week, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. Oh. All right. Let me just get confirmation maybe from council that this would actually be a better time to take a lunch break than to leap into opening statements. Yeah. If we come back at 1 o'clock, is that enough time to
Hello, are we?
get, oh,
Does that include those of us who called in?
oh, yes. I hear a voice. Hold on 1 second. Is this no? Okay, so I see a phone number ending in 7751. Sir, if you would identify yourself, please.
Yes, this is Xavier Barraza, Xavier, last name's Barraza.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
I'm going to start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm calling also on behalf of Los Jardines Institute. That's the Gardens Institute here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, which is a historical organization working on issues of environmental and economic issues and injustices. So much has been said. And thank you, hearing examiner and those listening and those who have spoken, because I'm not sure what else to say. But what I will say is I did a quick research on the news around PFAS, and I'm just gonna, this is all within the last couple months. PFAS forever chemicals found in South Florida rain. Over 21 types of PFAS forever chemicals have been found in South Florida's rainwater. That's the Sun Sentinel. The Atlanta Journal, just in the last couple of days, Georgia judge lets forever chemicals lawsuits over wastewater sludge advance. Let's keep going because there's dozens and dozens. The Montpelier delays costly PFAS solution for wastewater plant in this looks like Minnesota. Everyone uses Miracle Grow. Well, there was PFAS in Miracle Grow. The lawsuit versus Scotts and Green Technologies, which just closed on October 28th, was sued because there was PFAS from sewage sludge in the Miracle Grow. So watch your Miracle Grow, folks. Forever chemicals reach extraordinary levels in wildlife at Holloman Air Force Base. Hunters are told not to shoot or kill wildlife near Holloman Air Force Base in Alamogordo, New Mexico because of PFAS. Brown University, using personal care products during and after pregnancy can increase exposure to toxic PFAS chemicals, especially in people who are pregnant or lactating. EHN, Maine has invested over $200 million in PFAS mitigation, prioritizing the safety of local foods, while many other states lag in protections. Let's keep going because there's tons. Register today for the upcoming virtual Great Lakes PFAS Summit. 1,147 registrants from 46 states are gathering to talk about PFAS in the Great Lakes. Let's keep going. Brunswick Group organizing to do widespread PFAS screening in the wake of a toxic foam spill because PFAS levels are through the roof in Maine. Let's keep going. Processors ditching PFAS, so this is microchip processors, are ditching PFAS to create PFAS-free products and future microchip processors because the costs are getting too high to use PFAS, aka litigation and getting sued and disclosures. PFAS chemicals are in young adults and may harm gut bacteria, leading to reduced kidney function. This is from the Environmental Health Network, published November 7th of 2024. Let's keep going. Banning PFAS forever chemicals in Massachusetts will protect our health. This is from MassPurg, a local news outlet in Massachusetts, who's trying to ban PFAS from drinking water. Let's keep going. PFAS may affect kidneys via microgut biomes and blood metabolites. This is from Medscape from November 12th, 2024.
Sir, would you wrap up, please?
Yeah, I can keep going. There's probably about another 42 or so articles I pulled up that involve PFAS and other communities around the nation really concerned about this issue. So we're not alone. Oil and gas is not the only industry poisoning ourselves, each other, themselves with PFAS. This is a major issue. Mr. Hearing Examiner and others, thank you for your due diligence in not allowing this any further, as many other states and localities and governments are not as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you'd like to submit the rest of your comment in writing, we'd be happy to include it as part of the record. Sheila, would you go to that hand, please? Bianca Sopachi Belknap, I think. Can you hear my voice?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. If you would please state and spell your name for the record.
I'm actually not wanting to give public comment. I work for one of the parties that's intervened in this case, but I'm wanting clarification because it was our understanding that public comment would resume after the lunch break if there are public commenters, and I know of several folks who are planning to comment in the afternoon, so I just wanted to clarify. I heard you talking about going to opening statements after lunch, so.
Yes, I'm going to keep taking public comment for so long as it is here to be given. And again, there will be lots of opportunities this afternoon, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, every morning and every afternoon, really. But when I believed that there was no more to be given, I was going to get the jump on a lunch break and opening statements. And now I'm seeing hands again. We do have to take a lunch break. When we come back, if there are folks in the room or on the platform still around to give public comment, I will invite it at that point. All right, shall we take one more comment then from, let's see, Mary Martinez-White?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you would state and spell your name, please.
Certainly. My name is Mary Martinez-White, and I'm native Nuevo Mexicana. Thank you to the oil.
Hold on. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
And I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you to the Oil and Conservation Commission for your public service and for taking these comments. I urge you to approve the application to amend the Commission's rules to address PFAS case number 23580. In New Mexico, 80% of our water comes from groundwater. Our cultures and traditions are intertwined with water, land, and the environment. None of us takes kindly to the abuse of our beloved state or the harming of our children and the degradation of the health in each and every one of us. Mega corporations hide behind trade secrets, and we all know that. Those who refuse to hold them accountable are complicit in the harm caused by profit at any price. Profiteers must understand that New Mexico is not their dumping ground, and we will not be a sacrifice zone to their economic gain. I support a 100% ban on any use of PFAS and PFOA in New Mexico or elsewhere. But relative to this meeting, I support a prohibition on PFAS and PFOA chemicals in oil and gas operations in New Mexico. And I ask that we require a ban on these chemicals in order to prevent them from contaminating our water and our land. The question is, why would we ever make anything that would be a forever problem? PFAS is linked to kidney cancer, testicular cancer, thyroid disease, high cholesterol, preeclampsia, and ulcerative colitis. These forever chemicals accumulate in our land, in our water, and in our bodies. Our children deserve to be protected from this dangerous exposure. Exposure to toxic chemicals like PFAS and PFOA are a serious public health risk, and cancers are increasing in our children because of increased exposure compared with previous generations. PFAS and PFOA fluids can migrate to rivers and aquifers. OCC must prohibit PFAS in oil and gas operations because without a prohibition, there's no guarantee that contamination of our drinking water will not occur. Because more than 3,600 New Mexico wells have already been contaminated, the harm is already being done. To stem the tide, the OCC should, at a minimum, set rules in place governing oil and gas drilling to prevent these contaminations. Requiring those disclosure requirements does not make us safe, but disclosure is a minimal step in the right direction. Again, thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. And we ask you to be guardians of our well-being by passing a prohibition of the use of PFAS and PFOA chemicals in oil and gas operations.
Thank you, Ms. White. We'll take one more comment. I see a hand, NS. Let's see. Nancy Singham.
That's me.
Oh, hello. If you would state and spell your name for the record.
Nancy Singham. It's spelled Nancy. Singham is S as in Sam, INGHAM.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm a retired kindergarten teacher. I'm 75 years old, and yet I have a very vivid memory of 2 small events from my childhood I'd like to share. One must have dated from about 1957 or so. I was standing next to my dad in our plot at the neighborhood garden as he was dusting his garden with a hand-cranked metal canister duster, which certainly contained DDT to kill insect pests. By the way, the products from this era carried trade names from their oil company manufacturers, such as, I looked it up, Shell Tox Aerosol and Standard Oil Aerosol Insect Killer. A few short years later, maybe 1962 or 1963, I distinctly remember my mom, who was an avid bird watcher, telling me about a shocking new book she was reading by a scientist named Rachel Carson about how the chemical DDT was causing eagle eggs to crack and species numbers to plummet. Now, the point of these reminiscences is this. Through my entire lifetime, we have been affected by multiple examples of products and processes launched for profit with deceptive and false promises, without testing or without concern for the health impacts on people, air, water, and land, leaving us, the victims, to belatedly resist in hearings such as this one. Jumping to the present, knowing as I do that New Mexico has already allocated every drop of water available, I took note of a recent article referencing a major study in the respected journal Science. It's the with the headline, "Millions of people in lower 48 states may be relying on PFAS contaminated groundwater for drinking." This is a really long, complicated study, appeared in Science magazine October 24th of this year, so I urge you to have a look at it. They studied both deeper community wells as well as shallower private wells used for drinking water, where their models results indicated that 71 to 95 million people in the United States potentially rely on groundwater with detectable concentrations of PFAS for their drinking water supplies. And they also listed in great detail 24, they were looking for 24 different PFAS type products and looking for sources, and their sources included airports, plastic and resin manufacturing plants, oil and gas extraction sites, refineries, power plants, mining operations, fire training areas, national defense sites, and at least a dozen more. The danger of drinking water contamination by PFAS use in oil and gas drilling is real. We need to learn from history before it's too late. So I support a prohibition on PFAS and PFOA in oil and gas operations and a requirement to disclose chemicals used in these operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Singham. I will one more, and if anyone else is on the platform wishing to offer public comment, I'll invite you to rejoin us at 1:15. But for right now, we're going to hear from Ryan Tate. Ryan Tate?
Hello. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. If you would state and spell your name, please.
Of course I can. That's going to be RyanTate.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So my full title is Reverend Ryan Tate, and I'm actually the youth minister at First Congregational United Church of Christ. I am also the head pastor at the First Spiritual Church of the Rio Grande in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Now, environmental contamination is violation of land autonomy. We walk on the soft, dirt-laden belly of a family member, the mother of us all. Separable, or your destiny is separate from her. When speaking of PFAS, I believe we must ask ourselves if we would consent to the unregulated disposal of these forever chemicals into our very own bodies. Would we allow our own government officials and corporate overseers to hook us up to an IV filled with these carcinogenic mutagens as we helplessly watch on? We live in a country with a tenuous grasp of bodily autonomy and dissonant understandings of ownership and possession. We see it play out in how we treat our most vulnerable and how we treat the earth. Would you allow your own mother to be forced to take the IV of these PFAS on behalf of the few? Would you at least want her to speak or give her the chance to do so? In the scenario we are entertaining, an Earth without autonomy, we would not listen to her cries, we would ignore her plight, and instead subject the Earth and our mothers, and all living things to the dangers of PFAS. These are particularly nefarious when entering our waterways in an already ecologically vulnerable environment, which is the Southwest. Water is life, and water is the gateway that links our past, present, and future. Our children will drink the poison of our actions if we do not act now. It is a spiritual imperative that we take care of one another as well as all living beings. That means stricter environmental regulations for forever chemicals and other long-lasting contaminants, and for the companies, corporations, and government entities that produce them as well. And that is the end of my statement.
Thank you very much, Reverend Tate.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. We're going to break for lunch now. We'll return at 1:15. If there is more public comment to be given, we will take it. Otherwise, we will move to opening statements. Thank you all. All right, we broke for lunch. We are back now. First, let me ask in the room, is there anyone here who would like to offer public comment who has not already commented? No. All right. Is there anyone on the platform who would like to offer public comment who has not already commented? Please raise your hand. I see AR. And this is Anna Rondon. All right. Would you state and spell your name, please?
Anna Rondon, ANNARONDON.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. I will start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dear members of the New Mexico Oil and Gas Commission, my name is Anna Rondon, and I stand before you as an Indigenous woman, Navajo woman, deeply committed to the protection and well-being of our communities. I am here to urge the full disclosure of PFAS contents in our water sources and to highlight the critical need for transparency and accountability. Throughout history, and in particular United States history, there has been significant and tragic instances where industries have withheld crucial information from the public, resulting in severe health consequences. The tobacco industry's failure to disclose the addictive chemicals in cigarettes stands as a stark reminder of devastating impacts that a lack of transparency can have. Despite clear evidence of the harm, the tobacco industry chose profit over people's lives, leading to the widespread addiction, illness, and death. The people won major lawsuits with this industry, and any industry that has posed damage and harm to our people should have lawsuits filed. We now face a similar threat with PFAS, often referred to as forever chemicals, due to their persistence in the environment and the body. PFAS contamination has been linked to numerous health issues, including cancer, liver damage, and developmental problems. As these chemicals infiltrate our water supplies, the health and safety of New Mexico residents are at risk. It is imperative that the New Mexico Oil and Gas Commissioners take decisive action to protect its citizens. We demand full disclosure of all PFAS contents in our water sources. The public has a right to know what's in their water, and transparency is the first step towards addressing and mitigating this serious issue. The parallels between the tobacco industry's past actions and the current situation with PFAS are very clear. Both involve the concealment of dangerous substances and their resulting harm to the public health. As an Indigenous woman, a Kia'ani clan woman, I am acutely aware of the profound connection between communities and the land and water that sustains us. We have a responsibility to safeguard these resources for future generations. And we must be protected from the effects of PFAS. I urge the New Mexico Oil and Gas Commissioners, I plead with you to prioritize transparency, accountability, and public health. Let us not repeat the mistakes of the past. Full disclosure of PFAS contents is not just a necessity, it's a moral imperative. Thank you for your attention and the commitment and the oath that you took as commissioners to stand for the citizens of New Mexico. In beauty, it shall be. Ahiahet, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rondon. Is there anyone else on the platform who would like to offer a public comment now? There will be more opportunities tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Don't see it. Oh, Sue Sherman. Let's see. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Would you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Sure. Thank you very much. My first name is Susan, Susan, and my last name is Schurman, Schuurman.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you very much. I just have a very brief statement. I would like to urge the OCC to take the reasonable step to require companies to disclose what chemicals are in the drilling fluid, because the health of workers and everyone who drinks water is at risk. PFAS is just too dangerous in tiny amounts not to take this protective action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on the platform? interested in offering public comment at this time? All right. In that case, we are going to turn to the technical case consistent with the public notice of this matter. And Sheila, before I forget, if you would please, if someone else gets on the platform and asks when they might be able to make public comment, please tell them I won't invite it again until after the first technical witness, and that if they want a more time certain, they can join us at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So we have six parties, excuse me, with EOG, and each party is allotted 20 minutes for an opening statement. You may make your opening statement right now, or you may reserve it. Certainly, I think NEE is going to reserve, so I don't believe they're with us right now. Mr. Davis, would you like to start?
I would. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tim Davis. I represent Wild Earth Guardians, and the petition that you accepted asked a very simple question of you. It asks you to ban the use of PFAS substances in downhole operations, and then it requests full disclosure of all chemicals that are used in downhole operations in order to enforce that ban. And if we don't know the chemicals that are going downhole, then we can't be certain that those chemicals are not PFAS. This proposed rule is rooted in the fact that PFAS poses a serious public health threat and an environmental threat. It also recognizes that as the law currently stands, regulators do not know all chemicals that are being used in downhole operations, and neither does the public. It is important to note that Guardian's proposed rule does not require the disclosure of trade secret chemicals. It simply prohibits the use of undisclosed chemicals. So in other words, it puts a choice to the holder of the trade secret. They can either disclose it and use it, or they can keep it as undisclosed, but not use it in New Mexico. The oil and gas industry is currently disclosing a significant amount of chemical information per the regulations that we have right now, and they're disclosing that on the Frac Focus database. And in an op-ed that NMOGA submitted on Saturday to the Santa Fe New Mexican, they recognize the fact that they're already disclosing chemicals in the Frac Focus database. But in this same op-ed, NMOGA misrepresents the law and misleads the public into believing that all chemicals are disclosed, conveniently leaving out that current disclosures include chemicals whose names and chemical abstract numbers are withheld as proprietary. Obviously, if there was already a requirement for full chemical disclosure in New Mexico, like there is in California and Colorado, we wouldn't be here today asking you to require it. In order to carry out our proposed provisions to ban PFAS and undisclosed chemicals in downhole operations, we've also included proposed changes to the definitions and adopted proposed red lines from OCD that are related to testing for groundwater contamination. And we've also included proposed community notification provisions. And again, I'd like to make clear that Guardian's request is to ban PFAS and undisclosed chemicals in all downhole operations. And my experience with these rulemaking hearings is that I often learn during the course of the hearing. And so acknowledging that, I'd also request that Guardians has an opportunity to present a final proposed red line rule to the commission to ensure that our proposed red line does carry out our intent here, which is to ban all PFAS in downhole operations and ban all undisclosed chemicals in downhole operations. So I'd like to briefly just state that you have statutory authority to adopt our proposed regulation And that is in the rulemaking provisions, powers that you're given under 70-2-12B15 relating to the regulation of produced water, as well as subsections 21 and 22 related to the regulation of non-domestic waste. You will hear from 3 technical witnesses from Guardians. First, you'll hear from Dusty Horwit, and Mr. Horwit is in the hearing room with us today. He's a lawyer and the author of 7 reports related to the use of PFAS and loopholes which prevent full disclosure of chemicals used in oil operations, including a report focused on New Mexico. His testimony draws on these reports and his research to explain that the use of PFAS has already been disclosed by oil and gas operators in New Mexico. Gaps exist in our chemical disclosure reporting requirements, and that these gaps prevent regulators and the public from knowing all chemicals that are used in oil and gas downhole operations, including ones that may not start off as PFAS, but could break down into PFAS. Mr. Horwit's testimony further explains that other states have closed similar data gaps. You also hear from Professor John Spear. He's a professor of civil and environmental engineering at the Colorado School of Mines, and his specialty is subsurface environmental microbiology. His testimony explains that oil and gas wells will eventually leak at some point. And this is due to microbial-induced corrosivity, seismicity, or a combination of those 2 factors. And that this requires indefinite retention of the disclosed chemical information. Dr. Spear also explains that the subsurface is alive and is an ecosystem itself. And that should also be protected from PFAS and undisclosed chemicals. We should at least know what we are putting downhole. His testimony further shows that chemicals used in downhole operations can spread through fate and transport processes, and that deep strata can and do communicate with shallower strata. Dr. Spear will also appear in person. Next, you'll hear from Dr. David Brown. He's a public health toxicologist. He has extensive experience working on public health issues affecting communities in the Marcellus Shale oil and gas fields, and has co-led several studies of oil and gas impacts on communities at the Southwest Pennsylvania Environmental Health Project. Dr. Brown's testimony focuses on the toxicity of PFAS, the need for complete chemical disclosure from a public health standpoint, and the public health lessons learned from the Marcellus Shale. Dr. Brown will appear on the Microsoft Teams platform. We also have one fact witness, that is Melissa Troutman. Ms. Troutman is the climate and energy advocate with Wild Earth Guardians, where she works with communities and individuals impacted by oil and gas spills and emissions. Her testimony is a compilation of state-held data. This data comes from OCD databases and acknowledges that fluid spills can and do happen. And at times, these spills affect our freshwater resources. Because fluid spills can contain contaminants used in downhole operations and are a potential pathway to exposure, Guardians submitted Ms. Troutman's testimony to make sure this state data is part of the record in this proceeding. Ms. Troutman also references an NMED webpage where the Environment Department acknowledges that 78% of us get our drinking water in New Mexico from groundwater sources. Because the overwhelming majority of New Mexicans get our drinking water from groundwater, we should know the universe of potential contaminants when a spill occurs or when the integrity of a well is in question. Also note that Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 7 is the New Mexico Bureau of Geology and Mineral Resources report entitled Climate Change in New Mexico Over the Next 50 Years, Impacts on Water Resources. As the report acknowledges, our freshwater resources are only going to become more scarce due to climate change. I'd like to briefly talk about the fact that what we're asking for is already the law in California and Colorado. California and Colorado both require full chemical disclosure on the oil field without regard for trade secrets. Those laws are Wild Earth Guardians Exhibits 4 and 5, and just like the proposed rule, they require full disclosure. This means that each individual chemical in a chemical product that's used in California and also in Colorado must be disclosed. And if that same chemical product is used in New Mexico, it does not have to be disclosed. In New Mexico, those chemicals could be claimed as proprietary, and this rule seeks to change that. We ask that New Mexicans are afforded the same protections and access to chemical safety data that Californians and Coloradans already have. I'd like to touch briefly again about the op-ed that was published on Saturday by NMOGA, just to clear up what I think is something that's quite misleading. The op-ed stated that the industry is already, quote, the industry is already required by law to report their chemical usage and ensure that PFAS are not intentionally utilized while protecting proprietary information and trade secrets that keep American companies competitive. There is no PFAS ban in New Mexico. There is no requirement for full chemical disclosure in New Mexico. As I think some of the commenters pointed out this morning, before the governor was elected, she made a promise. And that campaign promise was that, quote, as governor, she would require the mandatory disclosure of what chemicals are used in hydraulic fracturing to better protect groundwater. That was in 2018, released during her gubernatorial campaign. And this proposed rule is aligned with that campaign promise. And it's an opportunity to further groundwater protections in New Mexico. Next, I'd like to just address some of the arguments that NMOGA made in their pre-hearing statement. First, there is an argument that Guardians is seeking to somehow conflate produced water with non-domestic waste or change the definition of produced water. We are not doing that. If we wanted to do that, we would have included a change in those definitions in our red line. So I just want to make clear that that is not what we're trying to do, and I don't think we need to spend any time on that at this hearing. Second, one of NMOGA's witnesses alleges that full chemical disclosure could cause something called chemophobia. That's a type of anxiety among communities in areas of oil and gas extraction. Interestingly, however, NMOGA does not argue that chemophobia already exists. After all, partial disclosure is already happening on Frac Focus. It's hard to understand how full chemical disclosure would be so much scarier than partial disclosure, or how it would somehow lead to an epidemic of anxiety. The bottom line is that the public should have a right to know what chemicals they are potentially exposed to so they can make the best decisions for themselves. Their healthcare provider should have access to that data, and that would help with diagnosis and treatment of ailments, which many peer-reviewed studies have confirmed do increase with close proximity to oil and gas operations. First responders should know what chemicals they and patients are exposed to in emergent situations. Researchers should know what chemicals they are looking for in characterization efforts or studies of subterranean ecosystems. And last but certainly not least, the regulators should know the universe of chemicals present at a spill site, or when there is a well blowout, or when a mechanical integrity issue is present. This would make cleanup and remediation more thorough and less expensive. In short, the industry is saying, trust us, but not the public, a public that includes professionals across many fields, doctors, emergency personnel, academic researchers, not to mention mothers, fathers, elders, children, oil field workers, and their families. We believe that trust requires transparency and accountability, and this is what New Mexicans deserve. Next, I'd like to talk about the definition of PFAS. NMOGA points out that 6 states use the PFAS definition proposed by their experts and assert that this definition is appropriate because it covers PFAS that we already know has been used in oil and gas. What they fail to say is that 23 states use Guardian's proposed definition, and that includes the Colorado PFAS ban and disclosure law. Wild Earth Guardian's Exhibit 8 compiles all these definitions from these 23 states. NMOGA also does not acknowledge that we only know certain PFAS have been used in oil and gas because those are the ones that have been disclosed. Without full chemical disclosure, we simply do not know what has been used, and there is no restriction on what could be used in the future. The Uniform Trade Secrets Act is not a barrier to promulgating the proposed rule. We would request the opportunity to brief this issue for the commission. I think this is a very important issue. And I'm going to briefly touch on it, but I would really like to be able to provide something in writing. The Uniform Trade Secrets Act does not prohibit disclosure of trade secrets. It provides a cause of action for, quote, the misappropriation of a trade secret, and it provides that you can sue for damages and or injunctive relief. Misappropriation is defined in the statute, but the bottom line is that disclosure by the holder of the trade secret is not misappropriation. The proposed rule does not require disclosure of trade secrets. It does not, however, also prevent a trade secret holder from voluntarily disclosing. If a trade secret holder will not disclose the trade secret, the rule simply says, well, then you cannot use that in New Mexico. But it is a decision for the holder of the trade secret to make. By the way, Colorado also has passed the Uniform Trade Secrets Act, and they require full disclosure. Quite simply, the proposed rule does not, quote, nullify the protections of the Uniform Trade Secrets Act as alleged by NMOGA. The Commission has independent authority to regulate produced water and non-domestic waste to protect human health and the environment, and it can exercise that authority to ban the use of PFAS and undisclosed chemicals. And it can leave the decision of whether to disclose chemical identities to the holder of the trade secret. When a trade secret holder discloses, it is not misappropriation under the Act. Additionally, the disclosure of a chemical identity is like disclosing the ingredient to a recipe. We are not asking for disclosure of recipes. We are asking for disclosure of ingredients. It's notable that NMOGA acknowledges that trade secrets definition in the Uniform Act protects formulas, but it applies that definition to fracking constituents, and that's on page 20 of their pre-hearing statement. NMOGA then characterizes the choice to disclose as a Hobson choice, but it fails to acknowledge that the entities benefiting from the choice to disclose, doctors, researchers, government agencies, elected officials, emergency medical professionals, teachers, mothers, elders, etc. They fail to acknowledge that a chemical identity is not a trade secret. And if you read the Colorado and California acts, you'll see that that's what they've done in those states. They say in those laws that chemical abstract service numbers are not trade secrets. Formulas are, ingredients are not. In order to properly communicate the risk associated with injecting toxic chemicals underground at high pressure, especially in earthquake-prone areas, as well as risks associated with routine spills that can contain chemicals, community notification of what chemicals are involved is necessary. In our petition, we have proposed specific community stakeholders that should receive such communications, and there are no restrictions on how this communication can be delivered. And I'd also like to point out that it tracks the Colorado law that their legislature passed. That brings me to my last point about NMOGA's pre-hearing statement. While we agree that OCD, OCC have very limited jurisdiction to regulate to protect the environment and public health. For example, it cannot consider environmental impacts when permitting new wells. However, this commission can regulate produced water and non-domestic waste for the protection of the environment and the public health. That's the only place that those words appear in the Oil and Gas Act. NMOGA argues that the commission has no jurisdiction to regulate the, quote, generation of produced water and non-domestic waste because the word generation does not appear in the Oil and Gas Act. However, in order to properly regulate produced water and non-domestic waste, OCD needs to know what constituents may be added in drilling, fracking, and other downhole operations. Chemical disclosure is needed to do this. Additionally, once chemicals are disclosed, the commission and division can regulate the disposition of a toxic constituent by banning it in the first place. In other words, the power to regulate what constituents might be added to produce water and non-domestic waste is inherent in its power to regulate the disposition of produced water and non-domestic waste. As an example, OCD has authority to regulate the disposition of waste contained in the pit rule. OCD has many rules governing pit waste, including regulations about specific constituents. For instance, OCD is able to regulate the amount of chloride in waste that oil and gas operators want to bury. The pit rule requires operators fill out Form C-144, detailing the well information, the API number, the OCD permit number, well location, and the amount of chloride in the waste stream. And it also requires an oil-filled waste stream characterization of waste streams to be permanently buried. If OCD has the authority to regulate chloride in wastes, it also has the authority to regulate other constituents in oil and gas wastes, like PFAS. So in conclusion, again, Guardians is asking you to ban PFAS and undisclosed chemicals in downhole operations. We request an opportunity to submit a final red line proposed rule after the hearing. And if the industry has transitioned away from using PFAS, then they should disclose all chemicals used in downhole operations to show that. If we don't ban PFAS now, nothing prevents its use in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We don't have any E with us today, so they will necessarily be reserving their opening statement. Let me ask the division. Mr. Tremaine, would you like to do it now or later?
Yes, I'll proceed now. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, or afternoon at this point. Pardon me, Madam Hearing Examiner and Mr. Chair and the Commission and the public. I want to start by thanking the parties and the Commission. At the time of the first petition in this matter, the proposal looked remarkably different than it does today. And at that time, that was a proposal that OCD could not support. OCD requested time to secure expert services and engage in stakeholder discussions. And I want to highlight before we start this process that both the petitioner, Wildlife Guardians, and the regulated community engaged in discussions with OCD to find the appropriate way to make the core elements of this petition work. In particular, the petitioner worked with OCD and ultimately proposed a quite substantial revision to the original proposal. I also want to thank the public commenters and observers for their participation and thank everyone in advance for their patience and understanding. We're halfway through the first day of a 4-day hearing on extremely technical issues, which we are necessarily discussing within the framework of a discrete and very limited statutory authority. Some of the issues raised generally and in public comment cannot be addressed by this commission. But we are here, particularly the division is here, to work through this very complicated and sensitive topic to address it in the most effective way possible within the context of oil and gas development and production. The purpose, in my mind, of this rulemaking is in large part to address a specific potential use of PFAS that is not addressed as part of the larger PFAS problem from other sources. Ultimately, we arrive at a proposal that includes a ban on the use of PFAS in completions activities, requires certification that qualifying PFAS were not used by operators, creates a reporting and disclosure requirement to the OCD in the event of potential contamination, and trigger necessary investigations and remediation under existing commission rules. Today we'll be, or during the course of this hearing, we will be putting forth the testimony of 3 witnesses, Dr. Court Sandow and Dr. Eric Martin. Will respectively address the chemistry and toxicology of PFAS, the foundation for the division's proposed rule definition of PFAS, and the role and limits of PFAS testing methodologies. And then Mr. Brandon Powell, Deputy Director of the OCD, will provide testimony to explain the remaining structure of OCD's proposal and the reasons why OCD is recommending changes to the latest petition to allow the core elements of this petition to work within the existing statutory framework and resource limitations of the Oil Conservation Division. At the end of this hearing, we believe that the record will show that PFAS chemicals, as proposed to be defined by OCD, warrant regulation as to their use in oil and gas, due to the consensus that at least some of the chemicals are harmful to human health. In reliance on industry representation that PFAS are not currently used, it is not necessary for use in completions operations, and the prohibition on their use achieves the goals of protecting public health and the environment without harming industry. The scope of the definition in our proposal is appropriate regardless of history or current use of PFAS, as chemicals falling under the proposed definition have the potential for future use. So this prohibition on their use and structure proposed by the division is forward-looking. We believe that the record will show that there are possible pathways from completion liquids to groundwater. So the proposal is warranted and addresses a real, if potential or debated to its extent, problem. We do expect extensive debate and disagreement on a periphery of terms, or at least the most robustly stated conclusions. But I believe that the record should fairly review a consensus on those core issues, that PFAS can be harmful to human health, use of PFAS in oil and gas completions activities creates at least a potential pathway of exposure to humans, that prohibiting use in completions will not materially detriment oil and gas operations, and that oil and gas operations may proceed in the future effectively without the use of PFAS. I would like to clarify a few things that we do not believe will be shown in the record or that the division disagrees with. Full public disclosures of proprietary information are not supported by the OCD at this time in observance of the Uniform Trade Secrets Act. OCD does not take a position on the veracity of such a public policy, but this, we believe, would necessitate a legislative update. In addition to the Uniform Trade Secrets Act, one statute of particular concern to the division is that trade secrets within the possession of the division, if held and marked identified as trade secrets, are accepted from the Inspection of Public Records Act. There is a potential that PFAS could be addressed as part of a groundwater discharge permit under the Water Quality Act. However, that's a very small component of OCD's purview. And we believe that the current structure of the petition, as we proposed, anticipates OCD addressing any such impacts under Part 29 or 30, which are promulgated under the authority of the Oil and Gas Act. So as stated earlier, we do, in reference to council statements, we do not believe that the bulk of the proposal is going to fall under the exception as stated, as referenced in the other statute. OCD's proposal does not contemplate a definition inclusive of all possible PFAS chemicals. And there's a very practical reason for this, that until OCD is able to test or order testing to verify for any particular chemical, OCD cannot possibly enforce a prohibition. So if there is a rule promulgated that prohibits the use of an expansive list of potentially thousands of chemical compounds, OCD will have no means or ability until testing methodologies are updated to actually verify the existence or the amounts of those chemical compounds. And so you will see as we work through the division's proposal that we have identified a definition of PFAS generally that is more broad than that proposed in the red line from the MOGA, but is limited to existing and future updates to testing methodologies. There's a number of things that this rule, that this hearing will not address, which is that it will not change the way that the division addresses releases or groundwater abatement once those occur. It will not address potential surface uses of PFAS, and it does not address air quality, or PFAS from non-oil and gas sources. In terms of the other party proposals, OCD does not support a ban on the use of all proprietary chemicals. This relates to the Uniform Trade Secret Act, but also, as will be explained, there are numerous other proprietary or trade secret compounds that we do not believe will be supported by the record necessary to support a ban that have nothing to do with PFAS. So essentially, this proposal of banning the use of anything that's listed as proprietary would ban the use of chemicals that we're not talking about during this hearing from a perspective of human health impacts. OCD does not concede NMOGA's generation versus disposition argument. There is a legal distinction to debate there, but within the context of this petition's language, I don't see a difference in effect. And I'm hoping, I do not believe that this needs to be litigated, simply clarified in terms of discussing the petition. Further, OCD cannot support proposed language that elevates the requisite intent of operators to an unreasonable degree. Essentially, operators must be held responsible for additives in completions fluids. This is an important distinction because OCD's authority does not extend to, for instance, chemical manufacturers outside of the oil and gas industry. So to effectively regulate PFAS, operators must be held responsible for additives that are included by manufacturers and used by the operator, whether or not the operator at the time took the necessary steps to know of their use. So essentially creating an impetus for operators to require that information so that they know exactly what they are certifying that they're not using. The rule must require operators to obtain, as I said, necessary details related to any completion additive. Now, the nuance here, the flip side of this, is that it is not OCD's intent to hold operators accountable for PFAS contamination that originates from sources outside of oil and gas. And that is a very complicated proposition, potentially. I think it will become necessary during this hearing to clarify the rule's proposed coverage of potential coverage of drilling fluids, which we will address, and I will notice separately through rebuttal testimony from Mr. Powell. I think that this contemplates the necessary modifications to sections of the rule, to different sections of the rule. Depending on exactly how it's proposed for a PFAS ban to address use in drilling fluids, we will need to clarify that the structure is appropriately noticed and appropriate outgrowth of the current petition. Additionally, there are other safeguards related to drilling processes, drilling fluids, and materials that are used that Mr. Powell is able to explain. So drilling fluids and references in Wildlife Guardian's testimony to downhole operations was not really contemplated by OCD in review of the revised petition due to the use of completions and recompletions language. But I think it's something that we're going to need to talk about as we move through the hearing. We will continue to work with the parties during this hearing to address those concerns, and ultimately it's OCD's understanding that fluids used while drilling through freshwater zones are already limited under OCD rule and practice, which we can address at a later time. So ultimately, when you look at the division's red line, OCD proposes a definition of PFAS that will automatically grow with the scientific consensus and testing methods available, which will allow OCD to actually and effectively enforce the rule. We do support, the petition does support a triggered reporting mechanism where complete information is disclosed to OCD. So in the event of like a loss of containment from a casing failure, for instance, full chemical disclosures would be required under our proposal to the OCD. So that's the line we're drawing where we don't believe that there's authority to require that disclosure publicly. That has to be a legislative mandate. But in terms of effective enforcement, we do believe that that information in specific circumstances can and should be held by the division absent a legislative amendment. We believe OCD's authority allows us to require that disclosure. Further, as a rulemaking petition rather than a legislative proposal, it's imperative that the commission adopt a version of the rule that's effective given the existing statutory authority and the resources of the division, as this commission, as you know, is not authorized and enabled to expand either the authority or those resources. We believe that OCD's red line proposal achieves each of these goals and should be adopted with any modifications and clarifications deemed necessary and appropriate by the commission at the summation of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tremaine. Let's see, Mr. Maxwell, do you have an opening statement? All right, thank you very much. Let's see, is the EOG representative on? No. All right, they can reserve if they'd like. And to NMOGA, Ms. Mulcahy.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you to the Commission. Thank you to the other parties in this matter, as well as all of the folks that provided public comment this morning. We appreciate everyone's time. I would start by saying NMOGA supports prohibiting intentionally added peripheral and polyfluoral alkyl substances, PFAS, to the chemical additives used in hydraulic fracturing fluids in the completion or recompletion of oil and gas wells. We want to make that position very clear. NMOGA supports the proposed regulations where they are consistent with 1, up-to-date scientific standards, data, and understandings of PFAS. 2, where they are technically feasible and technically correct. And 3, consistent with the Commission's statutory authority. As NMOGA will demonstrate, based on the disclosures in FRAC Focus, the oil and gas industry has already discontinued using 2 PFAS compounds historically used in downhole operations. The Physicians for Social Responsibility report on New Mexico identified 2 specific PFAS compounds that were historically used downhole in New Mexico. These 2 compounds are 1, PTFE, which has not been used since 2020. 2, fluoral alcohol substituted polyethylene glycol. My Lord, is that a mouthful? We are going to call that FPEG for short. FPEG has not been used in operations in New Mexico since 2015. NMOGA has proposed a definition of PFAS in this rulemaking. NMOGA proposes the following definition of PFAS, quote, substances with 2 or more fully fluorinated carbon atoms, end quote. NMOGA proposed this definition for 2 reasons. 1, it is the definition of PFAS that the Environmental Protection Agency, the agency tasked with regulating the manufacture, import, and control of PFAS and PFAS-containing substances, adopted under the Toxic Substances Control Act, or TSCA. This is the TSCA definition. Second, this definition is both tangible and executionable and enforceable. No analytical method currently exists that can analyze for a single fluorinated carbon compound like WEG and New Energy Economy proposes. not a single analytical method. Without any method to verify compliance through analytical sampling, any definition of PFAS that contains a single fluorinated carbon atom would be unenforceable. In the alternative, NMOGA supports the definition of PFAS propounded by the division. While the division's definition does include a single fluorinated carbon atom, it also specifically identifies analytical methods to be used for compliance. Currently, these analytical methods all require 2 or more fully fluorinated carbon atoms, which makes the division's proposed definition tangible, executable, and enforceable. Because, as I already mentioned, WEG's definition has no analytical method that exists today. At the same time, the division's definition, while including a single fluorinated carbon atom, defines PFAS in a manner to allow it to be a living definition. That is, as the scientific understanding and analytical capabilities of PFAS advance in the future, analytical methods can be added to this definition. Relatedly, NMOGA has also proposed a definition for, quote, intentionally added PFAS. NMOGA proposes the following definition: PFAS that are deliberately added during the manufacture of a chemical product to serve an intended function in the final product. NMOGA's proposal to include a definition of intentionally added PFAS is consistent with those statutes and regulations passed by all states that have banned the use of PFAS in various industrial applications. These states are identified in Wild Earth Guardians. I'll call them WEG or Guardians, Exhibit 8. Each of these states in Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 8 have included a definition of intentionally added PFAS. Every one of them. NMOGA has included the term intentionally added PFAS with its proposed revisions to account for the numerous potential sources of PFAS that are unrelated to oil and gas operations, but may nonetheless result in PFAS being present in the environment. These sources can include septic systems, treated wastewater from wastewater treatment plants, biosolids used for agriculture, consumer textiles like this jacket that I'm wearing, firefighting foams, and many other sources. The division has proposed a similar backstop in its red line revisions to account for PFAS that may be in the environment and that is unrelated to oil and gas operations. Any regulations that the Commission adopts to prohibit the use of PFAS compounds in hydraulic fracturing fluid additives must be tangible, executable, and enforceable. That means the regulation needs to be clear so that it can be easily implemented by the division and followed by the industry. The regulation must be science-based, so the rule accurately reflects the actual analytical capabilities to sample for PFAS compounds. And the regulation must be flexible to keep pace with advancement in scientific understandings of and analytical capabilities related to PFAS. Furthermore, any final rule also needs to be tailored to the PFAS that has been documented in the oil and gas industry. So 1, the rule is not overly broad in scope. 2, stays within the Commission's authority. And 3, provides a predictable regulatory framework that can actually be implemented. In addition to supporting the ban on PFAS intentionally added to hydraulic fracture fluids, NMOGA also supports requiring oil and gas operators to certify that no PFAS-containing fluids have been used in the fracturing of an oil and gas well. To implement this rule, NMOGA urges the Commission to continue to use FRAC Focus as the platform for industry chemical disclosures. It is a proven framework for managing these disclosures. It is a tried and true system. There is simply no good reason to abandon it. On the issue of disclosures, NMOGA cannot support either one, petitioner's proposal to provide hydraulic fracturing disclosures to a litany of individuals outside of and in addition to the mandated disclosures in FRAC Focus. So to be clear, NMOGA has no issue with continuing to make disclosures in FRAC Focus, but the additional disclosures that WEG proposes to a whole litany of individuals is ridiculous. Second, petitioner's proposal to wholly ban the use of any chemicals downhole that are not fully disclosed in FRAC Focus is something NMOGA cannot agree to. Petitioner has proposed requiring additional disclosures outside of FRAC Focus to building owners, area residents, tribal members, schools, government actors, public water systems administrators, and many, many other individuals and entities. As Dr. Janet Anderson has testified in her pre-filed written direct testimony, petitioner's proposal to provide scattershot disclosures to this litany of individuals and entities without any context and whom lack the necessary expertise to understand and interpret such disclosures is contrary to standard risk communication best practices utilized by toxicologists such as Dr. Anderson. Such scattershot disclosures can and have caused more harm than good in communities, as Dr. Anderson also testifies. New Mexico law recognizes the importance, Likewise, petitioner's proposal to ban the use of any undisclosed chemicals violates New Mexico's law and public policy. New Mexico's law recognizes the importance of maintaining the confidentiality of valuable commercial information, also known as trade secrets. There has been much discussion already here today about trade secrets. This morning, Mr. Rubin mentioned Section 74.615, which is a statutory provision that applies to the Water Quality Control Commission. 74.615 does not apply in this rulemaking because the commission is not acting pursuant to the Water Quality Act. Additionally, even if you were to assume that this commission was acting pursuant to its constituent Water Quality Act authority, the plain language of 74.615 demonstrates both a strong public policy and legal protections for trade secrets. In fact, that statute continues to protect trade secrets. New Mexico's Uniform Trade Secrets Act also protects trade secrets from being publicly disclosed. The prohibition against public disclosure of trade secrets has been codified by statute in this state and has been case law for at least 35 years. New Mexico law and public policy on trade secrets apply equally, whether the trade secreted information is a manufacturing process, software program, or chemical additive for hydraulic fracturing. In fact, the term used by 557.3A2 for a trade secret includes information, a formula, a pattern, a compilation, a program, a device, a method, a technique, or a process. It is quite broad. Petitioners' proposed rule that requires the full disclosure of trade secreted fracturing fluids or the inability to use those fluids downhole runs afoul of New Mexico law and public policy. It seeks to prohibit the use of valuable, useful, and entirely legal chemical additives that have nothing to do with PFAS just because the chemical is trade secreted. Petitioners and their supporters are making the exact same arguments here today that the Commission heard back in 2011 when it first adopted the hydraulic fracturing disclosure rule, and again in 2017 when the Commission updated the rule to adopt the frac focus form. The only difference now is that petitioners are pointing to Colorado and California, which recently made legislative changes, not regulatory changes, legislative changes to address the disclosure of chemicals in oil and gas operations. In our pre-hearing statement on page 8, NMOGA discusses why a legislative process is different from a rulemaking process and why that matters. Here, the Commission has no legal authority to codify Colorado's legislative approach into this regulatory framework. It makes no sense and would be contrary to public policy to prohibit downhole use of effective hydraulic fracturing chemicals just because they are not publicly disclosed in their entirety. Nevertheless, in its red lines to Wild Earth's amended regulations, NMOGA has proposed a process by which operators could fully disclose all chemicals to the division in the event that such disclosure is needed. I would also point the Commission to 19.15.16.19B2, where the Commission has adopted by reference 29 CFR 1910.1200. Those are the hazard communication regulations from OSHA. Under the OSHA regulations at 1910.1200 I2, there is already a process in place whereby healthcare providers and first responders can obtain full chemical disclosures. That exists already in the rules today. NMOGA's proposal to do a full disclosure to the division strikes the right balance between continued protection of trade secrets under New Mexico law, while also providing regulators with all information when and if needed. Finally, NMOGA has provided a full response to the proposed rulemaking here today, including our legal arguments and our pre-hearing statement. NMOGA has also included its modifications to the proposed rule in red line strikeout format in NMOGA Exhibit A. Those documents appear in this giant binder that we have provided to the Commission and the hearing officer. As the Commission will see in these documents, NMOGA is substantially in agreement with the division over 1, what portion of the rules should be adopted, what portion should be rejected, and how the rules should be modified to make them tangible, executable, and enforceable. I will not go over every legal argument or technical position in detail that we have provided in our pre-hearing statement. But I do want to draw the Commission's attention to a few important considerations that are necessary to bear in mind as you consider the testimony over the coming days. First, it is important to keep in mind that the Commission has no statutory authority over the quote, generation of non-domestic waste, only the disposition of non-domestic waste, as enumerated in the Oil and Gas Act. Petitioners seek to prohibit the quote, generation of PFAS contaminated produced water and non-domestic waste. If indeed the Commission had this authority, it could have been included here expressly in 70-2-12, where, such as in other statutes governing oil and gas regulations, specifically
Brittany Hall, can you hear us?
yes.
Yes. Okay, we're back on. Sorry, Ms. Mulcahy.
No problem. Section 72-12B15 provides the Commission with authority to, quote, regulate the disposition, handling, transport, storage, recycling, treatment, and disposal of produced water. It makes no mention or enumeration of generation. Likewise, Section 70-2-12B21 empowers the Commission to regulate the disposition of non-domestic waste resulting from the exploration, development, or storage of crude oil or natural gas to protect public health and the environment. Again, these enumerated powers are specific and they are intentional. Second, and relatedly, petitioners attempt to conflate produced water and non-domestic waste with one another. That is both procedurally and substantively improper. Produced water and non-domestic waste are defined by statute. Under both the division's regulations and the Produced Water Act, produced water is defined as, quote, an incidental byproduct from drilling for or the production of oil and gas, end quote. Non-domestic waste, which is statutorily defined at 74-3-43A, is, quote, waste associated with the exploration, development, production, transportation, storage, treatment, or refinement of crude oil, natural gas, and carbon dioxide gas, but does not include produced water, end quote.
Wrap up, Ms. Mulcahy.
Third, as I mentioned in this opening statement, NMOGA supports a prohibition on intentionally added PFAS in the completion or recompletion of wells. NMOGA's Exhibit A contains red lines to WEG's proposed amendments. NMOGA's Exhibit D contains the written direct testimony of Dr. Stephen Richardson, PE, PENG, and PhD. NMOGA's Exhibit E contains the written direct testimony of Dr. Janet Anderson, PhD, Toxicology. Together with its pre-hearing statement, these exhibits provide NMOGA's detailed, science-based revisions to Wild Earth Guardian's proposed regulatory amendments. NMOGA and its technical experts have carefully considered and has agreed with Wild Earth's proposed amendments where they are consistent with up-to-date scientific standards, technically feasible and technically correct, and consistent with the Commission's authority. At the end of the day, and at the end of this rulemaking, if there is no way to ensure regulatory compliance through sampling and analysis, then any regulations banning the use of PFAS in oil and gas operations are essentially meaningless. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mulcahy. Can we turn now to our first witness, Mr. Horwit?
Wilderness Guardians calls Dusty Horwit.
Terrific. Go there. And, do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, Mr. Horwit?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Horwit. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Dusty, Dusty, Horwit, Horwitt.
Did you prepare direct testimony on behalf of Wild Earth Guardians in this matter?
Yes.
And that is Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 10?
Yes.
Did you prepare rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes.
And that is Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 94?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to that written testimony?
No.
Did you review and rely on any documents to prepare your testimony?
Yes.
Are those the documents that are in Wild Earth Guardians Exhibits 11 through 55?
Yes.
And your CV is also an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Is that Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 9?
Yes.
Is your written testimony direct and rebuttal, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you adopt your written direct and written rebuttal at Wild Earth Guardians Exhibits 10 and 94 as your sworn testimony today?
Yes.
With that, Madam Hearing Officer, I would move for the admission of Wild Earth Guardians Exhibits 9 through 55 and Wild Earth Guardian Exhibit 94.
Okay. Let me ask if there are objections from the other parties. Please just speak up. Ms. Mulcahy?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer. We have an objection to parts of Exhibit 94. And I guess right now I will not only make an objection to the admission of parts of Exhibit 94, I would also make an oral motion in limine to exclude parts of Exhibit 94. And I have highlighted those parts here on my screen, which I'm willing and able to share if it's easier to visualize it that way.
All right. Sheila, would you allow Ms. Mulcahy to screen share, please?
Yes, she should be allowed to share.
If we could pause for a moment, we're up here looking for Exhibit 90.
Okay. We're going to take just a moment here to settle ourselves.
Got it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Mulcahy.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. NMOGA would object to and also would seek to exclude certain comments in Mr. Horowitz' rebuttal testimony. I have highlighted those here in red on the screen, and we seek to exclude them because they are conclusions about the chemistry and toxicology of PFAS that Mr. Horowitz makes in this testimony. And I'm looking at WEG Exhibit 9. Mr. Horowitz is an attorney and an advocate. He has no scientific, technical, or engineering training. He is not qualified to opine on whether or not certain PFAS are exceptionally toxic. He is not qualified to opine on the chemistry of these PFAS. He is not qualified to opine on exposure pathways to these PFAS and what, if any, might be the results of any such exposures. I'm happy to go line by line here, sharing my screen to demonstrate what it is that we seek to exclude.
Okay, let me first ask Mr. Davis for a more general response to your objection. I do remember that Mr. Horowitz is an attorney, and I understand that he has a lot of research in his background into this highly specialized area, and yet we do have to make sure that we don't have attorneys testifying as chemical chemists.
Yeah, in addition to that, I'll just add on that if we look at the citations to Mr. Horowitz's testimony, he relies on reliable and publicly available sources. And some of those are actually the drinking water regulations. So any argument that NMOGA has that he cannot simply compile this information from these publicly available sources and apply them to his testimony regarding regulations, legal loopholes, would just go to the weight. But I don't think that that makes it inadmissible at all. It's certainly relevant, which is the standard for admission in this proceeding. And Mr. Horowitz has already been qualified as a technical expert. And so, again, I would just ask the commission to take a look at what he cited and then make a determination based on how much weight you believe that deserves.
Right. So I'm going to stay with you there, Mr. Davis. For example, on page 2, the part here that Ms. Mulcahy has highlighted in pink, PFAS are exceptionally toxic. I don't see a citation right there. Are there? Yeah, go ahead.
There are many citations under that heading, and if we in order to move this process along, we're more than happy to strike his heading.
So, Ms. Mulcahy, let me ask you then, to the extent the commission were to be advised clearly that Mr. Horowitz is a lawyer, that anything that resembles a conclusion that would require a chemistry degree, for example, to reach would not be his own, but would be made only in reliance on the work of others. And to the extent those others are included by citation in the materials, do you think that would remedy it?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. No, I don't believe it would remedy it. First of all, it's not just merely the heading here. That's just one example that I've provided. But there are numerous other examples in this document. And I would also say that two things in response to Mr. Davis. Mr. Horowitz has not been identified as a technical expert. He has been identified as a technical witness. And to the extent that he has relied on other scientific statements in this paper, again, he is not a scientific expert. So he has no authority, even under a relaxed evidentiary standard, to rely on those documents because he himself is not a technical expert in those fields. For example, here on page 2, lines 15 through 18, he opines on the need for greater toxicity studies because there is significant toxicological data that exists that puts the public at risk, and these PFAS are exceptionally toxic. He is not qualified to make that statement. Neither does he cite to any authority for making that statement. And so to the extent that he goes through this paper, through this rebuttal testimony, which there are numerous instances which I've highlighted here about, human carcinogens and analogizing PFAS to other chemicals and why they're similar or different than other chemicals, he is not qualified to make those statements, Madam Hearing Officer.
Part of my challenge, of course, is that I walked through this very quickly today. So we received it this morning. So, Mr. Davis, I share Ms. Mulcahy's concern that, again, I certainly recognized, even in our pre-hearing conference last Wednesday, that Mr. Horwit had background and expertise in research, right, in legal research in this area of law. That's how I understood he was being offered, if you will, as a technical witness last week. This just seems different to me, obviously. It seems different to Ms. Mulcahy as well. The statements that seem to me typically would rely on expertise in chemistry or toxicology, for example.
If I could offer a quick response to that.
Please.
First of all, the statement that's highlighted in purple, I believe, is something that Namoga's own witnesses acknowledge. So that, combined with the fact that we are in front of a commission that by statute must have expertise in the matters over which they regulate, I believe the commission's absolutely qualified to take a look at this testimony, look at the citations to things like the Federal Register, federal government websites, scientific studies, and make a determination based on weight. We're not protecting a lay jury here. And again, I think that the commission's more than capable of reading this and assigning weight. But Mr. Horwit does have to have some facts to which he can apply these regulations to show the gaps that exist in chemical reporting and why that's important.
Okay. Is there any other party who would like to offer a comment on this objection? I forgot to ask. No? Okay.
If I may.
Yes.
Madam Hearing Officer, regardless of whether Namoga agrees with some of these statements or not, does not still qualify Mr. Horowitz to speak on them. And certainly the Namoga witnesses that have agreed with some of these statements are technically qualified. They're PhD toxicologists working specifically on PFAS. They are chemists working specifically on PFAS. And regardless of the commission's own amazing experience and expertise, this witness still must be qualified in and of himself. And like I stated originally, Mr. Horowitz cannot rely on these articles because even under the most relaxed evidentiary standards, he still has to have the technical expertise to independently analyze and understand and make his own conclusions about these very scientific topics, including toxicology, chemistry, exposure pathways. He is not qualified to do that. Otherwise, it's all just hearsay. It's all hearsay.
I'll just add that hearsay is not something that makes anything inadmissible in this proceeding.
Yeah,
the rules of evidence don't apply.
Yeah, no, I understand, Mr. Davis. The rules of evidence do not apply, and this is a more sophisticated body. I say that with affection than your typical jury. Sorry. But as I think I said last Wednesday, I really do try to take my role seriously as something of a gatekeeper, even if that gate is full of holes, around making sure that what the commission is focusing on and has before it can be relied upon to make their decision. That's my focus, and I'm concerned about some of the rebuttal testimony. I wasn't concerned about the direct testimony, but some of this rebuttal testimony raises concerns for me. Having said that, I don't know that it is helpful at this moment to either strike it all or accept it all, or to walk through paragraph by paragraph. I don't know that that's helpful either. So,
Madam Hearing Officer?
Yes, Commissioner Bloom. Yeah.
Yes. So as a commission, could we be in a position then where we can only hear from scientific experts and there can be no consensus around anything that any PFAS is toxic unless we hear it from a scientific expert?
So let me just offer an example that we talked about last Wednesday. It was a hearing I did a very long time ago in Eunice, New Mexico. There was a man offered as a witness to talk about karst near the LES plant proposed. And there was an objection because he had a degree in geography, the landscape, if you will, not geology. And so the way I handled that, and the way, let me put it this way, the Court of Appeals, I think, tends to prefer administrative bodies and agencies to handle it, is to accept it as part of an offer of proof so that it is in the record. That is to say, anyone reviewing the record can actually see what was offered. I mean, it's not going to be stricken as in, let's tear it up. But a warning, if you will, or a caution that relying on what appears to be a toxicological conclusion reached by a lawyer is not going to form a great basis for a final decision for you. Okay. Legal analysis, great. Toxicological conclusions, you ought to hear that from a toxicologist or a chemist. That's all. So let's do it this way. Ms. Mulcahy, please, on your cross-examination of Mr. Horwit, draw a few lines there in terms of his background or experience. And for now, I think we have this caution here. And I won't admit 94 without reservation for the moment. Unless we have further conversations about it, I'll accept it as part of an offer of proof. So please assume that it's in. Please assume that we haven't yet walked through it line by line. I would like to keep going. So where were we? Are there objections to any of the other exhibits that were offered? Just 94? Okay. So 94 is accepted for the moment. It's part of an offer of proof, and all the other exhibits. Mr. Davis, would you repeat the numbers, please? 9 through
55.
55 and 94, yes?
Correct.
Thank you. So 9 through 55 are admitted. 94 is accepted as part of an offer of proof and may be the subject of additional discussion. All right. Is there anything else, Mr. Davis?
The witness is available for questions from the commission and the parties.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the parties, and I'm going to go in the order of presentation. And then I will go to the commissioners. So again, we don't have any E. It would be the division's turn to ask questions of Mr. Horwit if they have them.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm sorry, and I'm not sure we discussed this on Wednesday or not, and I may be remembering from the hearings over the summer, but I was under the impression that we would cross in reverse order to presentation. So I just wanted to get a clarification on what the order of cross will be.
All right. How do the other council feel about that?
We did discuss it at the procedural hearing on the 6th, and we said we would go in the order that the parties proceed, but we're happy. I just conferred with Mr. Tremaine, and he said he's fine if Namoga goes. I don't mean to step in front of any other party. If there's another party that would like to go, I'm happy to wait.
All right. Any other comments? I see your camera on, Mr. Maxwell. Do you have a comment on the order in which cross is held? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Mulcahy. We can go in reverse order.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Horowitz, for being here. We appreciate it. Mr. Horowitz, your professional experience, if I'm not mistaken, is listed in WEG Exhibit 9. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And Mr. Horowitz, looking at WEG Exhibit 9, you are an advocate you've spent your career advocating against oil and gas. Is that correct?
I've spent my career advocating to try to protect communities from pollution caused by oil and gas.
So the answer is yes, then. Thank you.
I wouldn't characterize it that way, but it's up to you.
And Mr. Horowitz, you are not a chemist, correct?
That's right.
And Mr. Horowitz, you are not a chemical engineer, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Horowitz, you are not a toxicologist, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Horowitz, you have no scientific education, is that correct?
I don't have a degree in science, but I have taken multiple courses in science in college.
You do not have a degree in engineering, correct?
That's right.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Mr. Horowitz? Thank you. Mr. Tremaine, do you have questions of Mr. Horowitz?
No further questions.
Right. Mr. Davis, any redirect before I go to the commission?
I do not have any redirect.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, do you have questions of this witness?
I do not.
Okay. Commissioner Bloom?
Madam Hearing Officer, thank you. Can y'all hear me? It's live? Yeah, okay. Probably screaming. Yesterday at this time, I'm sure I clearly remembered Mr. Horowitz's testimony and the issues that he spoke to. At this point, having heard a little bit from all sides, Mr. Horowitz, if you could give us maybe a 2-minute summary of the issues you spoke to. I do have some questions. I'm just not sure which person to ask them of, so.
I'm sorry, the issues I spoke to?
The issues on which you provided testimony.
Oh, yes. Yes. So basically, we are concerned about the use of PFAS in oil and gas operations in New Mexico. The organization that I wrote a report for, Physicians for Social Responsibility, found that over about a 10-year period, oil and gas companies have used 2 types of PFAS, as Ms. Mulcahy mentioned, in New Mexico, PTFE, and I'll try to attempt this one also, fluoroalkyl alcohol, substituted polyethylene glycol, I think. And we are concerned that those types of PFAS could pose toxic risks given the evidence we know about the types of PFAS that have been studied for toxicity, which have been found to have a variety of health harms, including cancer, preeclampsia, which is a dangerous condition for pregnant women, low birth weight babies, and others. We're also concerned that there are many, many, many examples over this 10-year period, 2013 to 2022, of oil and gas operators in New Mexico using at least one trade secret chemical in their oil and gas wells, which could be additional PFAS. We counted 8,000 some wells out of a total of 9,000 wells we examined in that period. And so given the extreme toxicity of the PFAS that have been studied for toxicity, we believe it's very important to have full disclosure of the chemicals going into oil and gas wells in New Mexico so that the public can know the extent of the use of PFAS. And we think it's very important to have a prohibition on PFAS. I'll just add, there are two other pathways through which oil and gas companies in New Mexico could use PFAS without disclosing them to the public. And one is that under New Mexico's law, companies have to disclose to the public only chemicals they use in hydraulic fracturing, but not the chemicals they use in other stages or methods of oil and gas production, like drilling that precedes fracking, chemical flooding, anything else. And so chemicals that could be PFAS could be used in those other stages and methods. And then New Mexico's law also says that disclosure does not have to extend beyond what's in safety data sheets related to the chemical products. And what we found in our research is that those safety data sheets, at least in other states where we've been able to examine them, often do not disclose the full list of chemicals in the chemical products. So in other words, a company might use a chemical product in an oil and gas well. The safety data sheet could say something like, this product contains 5% methanol and 25% water, and that's it. And the 75% of the ingredients could be missing. And we've seen multiple data sheets like that. So if that's the basis for the disclosure, it could be incomplete, and there could be PFAS used without being disclosed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Horowitz. Mr. Horowitz and Mr. Davis, I do have some questions for y'all, and if you feel that there's somebody coming after you that would be more appropriate to answer that, you just please let us know. Mr. Horowitz, are you comfortable speaking to some of the public disclosure related issues?
I think so.
Okay. And I'll ask this of Namoga's witness too, but we heard, I believe from Namoga today, that PTFE and FPEG have not been used in New Mexico in a number of years. But how do we know something like that with certainty when there are protections for proprietary information? How do we actually know what has gone down the wellbore in a frac job?
Yeah, we don't know that with certainty. We examined in our report the records listed with Frac Focus, which at least some of the witnesses mentioned that is the repository, the legally required repository for fracking chemicals for the state of New Mexico. And we also looked at the disclosures to the state of New Mexico, which the disclosures used to be made under the law to the state rather than to Frac Focus, rather than solely to Frac Focus. And then at a certain point, I can't remember exactly what year, there was a switch so that the fracking chemicals are disclosed only to Frac Focus. But that's the universe of records we looked at. And it is correct that the disclosed uses of PTFE and I'll call it PEG stopped at a certain point. I think PTFE did stop in 2020. The other one stopped in, I think it was 2015. But we cannot be confident that that means that those types of PFAS were not used beyond those dates, or that other types of PFAS were not used during that 10-year period we looked at or beyond those dates because of the gaps in disclosure that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you. And then as part of Wild Earth Guardian's proposal, you would have a much more robust disclosure regimen, including people living nearby, police departments, fire departments, the BLM, the state land office. I'm not sure, and I might have missed it, but how would the public be advised in these cases?
You mean how would they receive those disclosures? I think perhaps Wild Earth Guardians could speak to that directly. My understanding, having looked at multiple different state disclosure regimes, I recall that in California, they have a similar requirement that certain parties that live close to the fracking operation must receive chemical disclosure directly. And I believe they do that by certified mail. I'd have to double check on that. And let me just add that I do think it's important for people living close to the oil and gas wells to have that type of disclosure, especially if there were an emergency situation. As Ms. Mulcahy said, there are some avenues for first responders to access trade secret information, which may not be available for certain wells. However, based on my conversation with a longtime first responder, time is of the essence in those situations, and having that data on hand would be very important, so that a first responder would not have to contact a federal agency and perhaps wait some period of time to get that information. And for people who are not first responders, it's also important to have the information as soon as possible so that people can make decisions about whether they want to ask for water testing for themselves or for their community, whether they want to confer with scientific experts to determine if certain chemicals do pose a risk that are being used nearby. So there's several reasons I think it's important.
It looks like Mr. Davis wanted to weigh in, and I had one more follow-up regarding frac focus, but Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I'll just say that the proposed rule does not require any method for notification, nor does it restrict any method of notification.
Would then this be left to the OCD to determine, or do we need to determine that in the course of this hearing?
I would say that the division could do that. If we determine it in the course of this hearing, I'm certainly open to discussing that with the parties.
Very good. And Mr. Horowitz, do you know, in the case that a company invokes their proprietary information, I guess status under frac focus, who has that information of what was used in that frac job? Is it just the company, or is it filed and held aside by frac focus? Does OCD have that information? Do you know?
I have not seen any requirement that anybody besides the company has that information. And that's in contrast to Pennsylvania, which is the state that leaps to mind, which requires trade secret information to be filed with the state. So the state of Pennsylvania has fracking trade secret information, at least for, I think it's horizontal gas wells, and they keep that, but that's not disclosed to the public.
So, Mr. Horowitz, we've seen a lot of M&A activity, merger and acquisition activity in the Permian Basin in the last decade plus. I don't know that too many people would imagine that ending anytime soon. I guess, does this raise questions for you about the longevity or the ability to get that information from a company when it hasn't been filed with the state or frac focus or a third party that has an enduring presence, rather than a company that can be swallowed up by another one, or frankly go out of business, which is something I'm here from the land office. That's something that we deal with more than you'd imagine. Complete loss of records, both through hacking, companies shutting down. We've seen all of that. Is that a concern?
Yes, it is a concern. And I would add that under Colorado's newly enacted law that requires full disclosure of chemicals used underground in oil and gas wells, all of that chemical information has to be shared with the state. Although, as Mr. Davis indicated, when the chemical information is disclosed to the public, it's disclosed in a way that is just a list of individual chemicals that would make it difficult for anybody to be able to link those chemicals back to particular chemical products that went into the well. And that's a type of chemical disclosure that has been recommended at least since 2014, when a panel of the U.S. Department of Energy recommended that type of disclosure for fracking chemicals as a way to make the public fully informed of what kind of chemicals are going into oil and gas wells without creating undue risks for the oil and gas companies that their intellectual property could be stolen by a competitor.
A different angle on this, perhaps, and this might be more of a question for Mr. Davis or someone else, or maybe it's irrelevant, but I mean, what do you hope that the public gains from this more widespread disclosure? I think all of us get a lot of mail sometimes that we didn't ask for. If it was a certified mail arriving in our boxes, we're someone that lives in the oil patch and we're receiving a lot of this. What do we do with it? How do we handle it? Would it help a fire department if the city, say of Carlsbad, receives 400 notifications a year? We don't know that that's going to be organized in any helpful way. I'm wondering if there's another way to make information more accessible. I guess kind of an open question there.
That's a good question. I think for an institution like a fire department, they could receive, as you suggested, multiple certification or multiple lists of chemicals if they cover the territory involving multiple oil and gas wells. I think it would be in their interest to keep those on file in some kind of organized way. As far as individuals, I think it would be possibly unlikely that an individual would live near, hundreds of wells or dozens of wells. I think it would be a manageable amount of information, and people can decide what to do with that, if they want to follow up on it or not. But at least they would have access to it, and they would know that there are chemicals being used close to them, and what those chemicals are.
Commissioner Bloom, I'd just like to add that Dr. David Brown will be testifying as well in this proceeding. He is a public health expert who has dealt with these disclosure issues in Pennsylvania. So just in terms of the importance of that, why it might be important to disclose, I would ask you to direct some of those questions to him. And not sure how the rest of this is going, but I think we may have just tried to contact him because I didn't expect that we might call him today. But I don't know, maybe we'll hear from him this afternoon.
Hearing officer, if I may just want to make sure that it's clear that I continue to have a standing objection to a lot of this testimony from Mr. Horowitz, particularly testimony about the toxicity of PFAS.
Would you speak up just a little?
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make clear, because I wasn't clear from your last ruling, that this objection to Mr. Horowitz's testimony, a large part of it, I have a standing objection to it on the record, especially the stuff about like risk communications. He's not a toxicologist. Toxicity, he's not a toxicologist. I just wanted to understand that that is a standing objection.
Yes. All right. Your standing objection is on the record. And before I forget, I would ask you to send me and the other parties the document with the pink and purple highlighting that you showed on the screen.
Sure, I can do that. I just have to take some other information out of there that's not public.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry for the interruption, Mr. Davis. You said you were going to try to contact Dr. Brown. We'll hear whether he's available or not. Commissioner Bloom, were you finished with your questions?
And just one more question. Mr. Horowitz, we heard from both the OCD and the Oil and Gas Association of New Mexico today that look at my question again here. That we need a narrower definition of PFAS because there are some PFAS chemicals that can't be tested for. And I'll ask this if there are witnesses as well. Any reaction to that?
I would say that's outside the scope of my testimony.
Okay. Mr. Horowitz, one of the concerns I would have, and I think somebody mentioned ingredients in the foods we eat. I feel like I'm getting into law school type questions here, or those sorts of hypothetical situations. But would it make sense to not say you couldn't put a novel poison in food because we can't test for it because no test exists, for example? And if you're still not comfortable answering these sorts of questions, I think theoretically what I'm struggling with is we can't ban something because we can't test for it would say that there are other sorts of things we couldn't introduce into certain types of supply chains simply because we don't have a test for them yet.
I think I can just generally speak to this and maybe add one specific point. I think the regulation here that's being proposed falls generally under taking precautions based on what we do know to prevent very serious harm in the future based on what we don't know. I mean, we do know that there are 9 different types of PFAS that are regulated in drinking water by I think it's 8 different states and the EPA. Not all of the states and the EPA regulate all of the types, but they, together they regulate those types. And we know from the Intergovernmental Technology and Regulatory Council, which is a consortium of states that come together to work on various issues, that there's very little that for the PFAS that have been studied for toxicology, we know that those are mostly the ones that are regulated, and they're regulated at very, very low concentrations in drinking water. And you can look at the state regulations, you can look at the EPA's regulations, and draw your own conclusions about the toxicity there. But they're very low concentrations, and so based on what we know about the ones that have been studied, it would be prudent to act with caution and say, this class of chemicals, from what we know, is very dangerous, and let's have a prohibition on their use, especially in this process, oil and gas extraction, that EPA has found has multiple potential pathways for water contamination. That's in the EPA's 2016 report on fracking and drinking water. This is not, inside a laboratory where, chemicals can be carefully controlled. This is, outside where you're injecting chemicals under high pressure. You can have leaks, spills. The well integrity can be compromised underground. Chemicals can get out into the drinking water, and that's happened in New Mexico. That's been documented in those documented cases of pit leakage led to the New Mexico pit rule. So there is some evidence here in New Mexico that yes, there are pathways with oil and gas operations that can lead to water contamination, and you've got this class of chemicals that has some very, very high levels of toxicity associated with it. And so it's based on that information, it would be wise to put a prohibition on the further use of these chemicals in oil and gas wells.
So just two last quick questions. Mr. Horowitz, so you're an attorney, you've been working for many years for Physicians for Social Responsibility, you've been advising states and regulatory matters. In that capacity, do you think regulators are better off when they, scratch that. I think I heard that already, but I guess the last question I would have for you, and I don't know if somebody else at Wild Earth Guardians would want to address this, but are you all okay with adding this language that that the ban on PFAS would be for, and whatever that may be, intentionally added PFAS?
Just to give Guardian's position, we are not okay with that. And then to the extent that Mr. Horwitz could explain why intentionally added as a ban is different from a ban on PFAS without that language, I would let him do that. But I'm just saying that Guardian's position is that we do not support that language, quote, intentionally added, to be added to the proposed rule.
From my own perspective, I would be concerned about limiting the ban to intentionally added PFAS because there are, the largest source of fluid that goes into oil and gas wells is likely to be the water used in hydraulic fracturing. Wells can be injected with millions of gallons of water. An individual well can be injected with millions of gallons of water. And that water can come from surface water, groundwater, and it can come from water that is reused from previous hydraulic fracturing treatments. If any of those sources have very high levels of PFAS in them, and we know that those levels can be astronomical based on what we know about, for example, Cannon and Holloman Air Force bases here in New Mexico, then you could be injecting or introducing very high levels of PFAS into an oil and gas well, with the potential that that water could leak, spill. It could be in the wastewater that could come back to the surface. That could leak, that could spill. And so I think the commission should consider expanding the prohibition to at least to certain concentrations in the water used in hydraulic fracturing, because that's such a large volume of fluid used in oil and gas wells. The levels could be set at the same level that exists in like the EPA's drinking water regulation or other state drinking water regulations. You have to make sure the regulation could say you have to make sure your PFAS levels in your fracking water are at this level or lower.
Thank you, Mr. Horowitz. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ampom, do you have questions of the witness?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much for taking time to be here today to present your testimony to the commission. I do have a couple of questions. So in your testimony, on page 2 of your testimony, there is a statement that I'll read. They are a class of laboratory-made chemicals that have useful properties, including being oil and gas, that have useful properties. So I just want to know, based on your studies, what are the, let's say, the usefulness of PFAS, as utilized in oil and gas industry? What is the importance of that?
I wish I could tell you, but there is a lot of confidentiality in the records that we looked at, and whether intentional confidentiality or not, it's very difficult to tell from Frac Focus what the PFAS are being used for in the oil and gas operations. There's a scientific paper that I cite in the report that I co-authored for Physicians for Social Responsibility, written by Gluge, Gluge, and other authors, that surveys the use of PFAS across multiple industries. And in that article, they looked at patent records and other sources, and they found that PFAS had at least been proposed for use in oil and gas extraction for a variety of purposes, drilling, fracking, chemical flooding, but it's not clear if the PFAS was used for those purposes or where. So I can't tell you exactly how it's used in the industry.
So I want to ask, based on your studies, is there any specific example in the state of New Mexico in the two major basins, the San Juan Basin and then also in the Permian Basin, has there been any leak of PFAS into underground source of drinking water that has been documented?
You mean associated with oil and gas?
Yes.
Not that I know of. But I will add, there have been very few studies that we know of examining the link between PFAS use in oil and gas operations and water contamination. There's three that I know of that are more than just anecdotal. One was a peer-reviewed paper published about investigating private water wells in West Virginia. It came out, I believe, in 2023. The researchers looked at, I think, 45 private water wells, and they did find a number of those wells, 45 water wells in areas near oil and gas extraction. And they found that many of those wells had PFAS in them. And in three of those wells, they concluded that it was likely that the PFAS originated from oil and gas production. In the other wells, they could not be sure, because even though there was oil and gas production nearby, there was also another major source of PFAS pollution nearby, the DuPont and now Chemours chemical factory in Parkersburg, West Virginia. That's one study that did find a link between the use of PFAS in oil and gas wells and water pollution. And then there are two other studies, one by the U.S. Geological Survey, which studied, sorry, I have to remember which state they looked at. It was West Virginia. They looked at water supplies in West Virginia, and they did find PFAS in those supplies. Some of those water supplies were co-located in areas where oil and gas production is common, but they did not draw any conclusions about the sources of PFAS in those water supplies. And then the third study came out in 2023, the U.S. Geological Survey and the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection looked at PFAS in streams in Pennsylvania, and they found PFAS in a number of the streams. And one of the findings was that some of the PFAS levels were associated with areas of oil and gas production and sewer system outfalls. But they said that more research was necessary to try to determine a link. Those are the three studies I'm aware of that have looked at some connection between PFAS use in oil and gas operations and groundwater, and I would say that more research is necessary.
Yeah, so are you aware of how oil and gas well is built?
I have some familiarity with it.
Yeah, so, in your testimony, you talk about you found that oil and gas companies have used PFAS for fracking in New Mexico. You cited several wells that they've injected PFAS in there, and even you cited a company in your testimony. So I just want to know, if you look at how oil and gas wells are being constructed to about, let's say, 10,000 feet, and how the surface the USDW, the lowest, or let's say the uppermost USDW, or the surface most USDW, the way the wells are being constructed to protect them, I'm still curious because I don't see it anywhere here in terms of how, or let's say where it's documented, where operations in oil and gas wells in about, let's say, 10,000 feet all the way gets into the surface water. I'm curious, based on your research, these wells that you found in New Mexico, has there been any determinations that any of these injections more or less resulted in contamination?
Of water with PFAS?
Yes.
In New Mexico, I'm not aware of any. But I would refer again to the EPA's 2016 report on fracking and drinking water, as well as the evidence from New Mexico of groundwater contamination from oil and gas waste pits, which documented 400 cases of groundwater contamination. It's certainly possible that oil and gas operations can contaminate drinking water through a variety of different pathways. It doesn't necessarily have to come from the fracking that occurs 10,000 feet below the surface. There could be a spill of the wastewater that comes up after fracking is complete. There could be a spill on the surface before fracking is conducted or before drilling is conducted of chemicals. There could be, in the drilling process, there could be chemicals used in drilling the well prior to fracking. And if the wellbore goes through the groundwater when those chemicals are being used, they could go directly into the groundwater. So there are multiple pathways. I think that more study is necessary to see if there is a link, because there has been very little study to date, and yet some concerning information. I just want to add quickly, when I said I'm not sure how PFAS has been used in the oil and gas industry, what I mean is we know that it's been used in fracking, but I can't say precisely how it's been used, whether it's been used for, friction reducer or a biocide, or, I don't know that.
So in your testimony, you're saying that the petition that is the subject of this week's hearing asks the New Mexico Oil Conservation Commission to implement rules similar to the law enacted by Colorado and more or less California. So I just want to know, were those rules through legislation or through more or less like a rulemaking?
They were through legislation.
So then, do you believe that this probably should be the New Mexico legislature to more or less enact these guideline rules?
I have not researched that aspect of New Mexico law, but I would say that New Mexico should follow, particularly in Colorado's footsteps, one way or another. California's legislation is also a step forward. It covers fracking chemicals only, or stimulation chemicals only, whereas Colorado's legislation covers all chemicals used underground in oil and gas wells.
Yeah, so the MOGA position is that this has to be through legislation. So that is what I want to know, your position on that, whether it's appropriate, or not.
That's one aspect of New Mexico law I have not researched. I'm sorry.
So in your testimony, you also talk about full disclosure to public. Now, my question to you is, why not to the regulators, but to the general public with regards to the full disclosures?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question again?
So my question is that with regards to the full disclosure and also even compounded with the trade secret provisions, why not there has to be a full disclosure of the chemicals used by the operators to, let's say, for example, NMOCD, for instance, and not necessarily to the general public?
You mean why not have the disclosure only to the commission and not to the public? Because the public has a right to know what chemicals they might be exposed to, so they can take action to protect themselves. For example, somebody might want to conduct what's called a baseline water test on their water well before any fracking occurs. And so if they knew that certain chemicals are being used in the oil and gas industry, and they know that a well is going to be drilled near them, then they can test for those particular chemicals. But under the current law, when there are so many gaps, whether trade secrecy provisions or the fact that New Mexico does not require disclosure of drilling chemicals or chemicals used for any purpose other than fracking, it's impossible for the public to know the full universe of chemicals being used in oil and gas wells, and they may not be able to conduct a baseline test on their water that would be comprehensive, that could test for those chemicals likely to be used, and then come back again after an oil and gas well were drilled or fracked and test again to see if there's any change in water quality, looking for those chemicals that they know have been used. It would also empower regulators and scientists to conduct similar testing, maybe across multiple drinking water wells.
So in your conclusion on the last page, so that will be more or less a summary of your findings. You say that the findings in these studies that PFAS has contaminated water supplies near oil and gas extractions. So on that one, I'm sure you are referring to the case in Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Would you be very specific on that? Not necessarily making it more broad, to show probably more like this probably happened in New Mexico.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you just refer me to the exact page, please?
So page 19, and I presume that will be the summary of your testimony.
I'm sorry. Which line on page 19?
Line number 5. As I read through your testimony, it's very broad.
Mm-hmm.
So you are more or less making inferences from West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and more or less I don't see how you link that to New Mexico. So let's say on line number 5, the findings in these studies that PFAS had contaminated water supplies near oil and gas extraction. So on that one, I'm saying, can you more or less be very specific, to the examples that you are citing in here? Because this statement more or less looks very, very broad.
I can talk about the studies that I mentioned. I guess I would be repeating them. The study from West Virginia, which found PFAS contamination in 3 wells that the researchers did link to oil and gas operations nearby. And they found PFAS in multiple other water wells in the same study, and those wells were located near oil and gas operations, though they could not conclude that the contamination came from the oil and gas wells because of possible confounding sources. And then the other 2 studies, another one in West Virginia that looked at water supplies, one in Pennsylvania that looked at streams, that show an association between PFAS contamination and oil and gas operations. There just isn't a lot of data out there that specifically looks at that connection. But we know that where oil and gas operations have been conducted, including in New Mexico, there has been groundwater contamination of some type linked to those operations. In other words, oil and gas extraction can contaminate nearby water supplies. We know that from New Mexico, as well as from other states. And so if PFAS is being used in New Mexico, if it's being used elsewhere, there is a chance that the contamination associated with oil and gas wells could contain PFAS. So it's a risk.
Okay. So line number 11, and I just want to be very straightforward on this particular statement. We've talked about the trade secrets. Now you saying you you say that you present this in your testimony that oil and gas wells operators would have to disclose all individual chemicals injected into their wells without exception for trade secrets. They would have to disclose chemicals used in all stages and methods of extraction. So you want the commission to more or less agree to more or less enact this rule. Now, my question to you is that does this not violate the trade secret provisions?
You're talking about the Uniform Trade Secret Code that was mentioned earlier?
Yes, yes.
I have not researched that aspect of New Mexico law.
Now, but you are saying it is your testimony.
Yes.
That the commission should enact a law that where all well operators would have to disclose.
Yeah.
So why would you, let's say, write a testimony like this without more or less digging deeper into, let's say, whether we, the commission, do have authority to more or less enact this law, enact this rule?
It's my understanding is that you did, but I can take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Mpoma. We need a break. It's been 2 hours and 15 minutes. So let's take a 15-minute break to 3:45. Oh, first, is there any reason not to excuse Mr. Horwath? Yes, so? Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Horwath. You're excused. When we come back, I will issue a brief invitation in the event someone has been waiting on the platform to offer public comment, since we're between technical witnesses. Mr. Davis.
Quick announcement during the questions from the commission. I was able to put some page numbers and an exhibit number on Dr. Brown's rebuttal testimony. It's 2 pages. And my understanding is that he is on the platform. So again, contingent on a ruling that his rebuttal is offered. For the purposes of rebuttal, it's there for everyone to see. I'm sorry, I don't have any hard copies. But I do believe we can call Dr. Brown next on the platform.
Terrific. Thank you very much for that. Let's take a break. We are back after an afternoon break. Let me ask first whether there's anyone in the room who would like to offer public comment. I see no hands. Is there anyone on the platform who has not already provided public comment, who has comment to offer at this time? There will be additional opportunities this week, but if you'd like to offer comment at this time, and I'm not referring to you, Dr. Brown, I'm going to take your testimony. I'm talking about non-technical public comment.
Okay.
Okay. Non-technical public comment. All right. I see no hands raised on the platform. So again, the next opportunity for non-technical public comment, will be at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Please join us then if you'd like to offer something. And now we have Mr. Germain and Mr. Powell. That's terrific. Mr. Davis, would you call Dr. Brown, please?
Wild Earth Guardians calls Dr. David Brown.
All right, Dr. Brown, if you would join us, turn on your camera there. I believe you'll be pinned to our screen. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon, Dr. Brown. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is David Robert Brown, and it's spelled D-A-V-I-D, Robert, R-O-B-E-T, and Brown, B-R-O-W-N.
Did you prepare direct testimony on behalf of Wild Earth Guardians in this matter? And is that Exhibit 57?
Yes. I'm having some trouble with my screen going off. Is it you or is it me?
We're seeing it. We're losing your image.
don't think it's us, Dr.
It's
Brown.
more than likely on his end.
But you know what? If it makes your connection unstable, you can offer your testimony without the image. It's more important, at least for my purposes, to hear you.
Okay. It looks like it's okay now.
Okay, thank you.
I believe I left off asking you, Dr. Brown, if your direct testimony was Exhibit 57. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And did you prepare rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Is that Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 97?
It is.
Do you have any changes to that written testimony?
No, I don't.
Did you review and rely on any documents to prepare your written testimony?
Yes.
Are those documents Wild Earth Guardians Exhibits 58 through 77?
Yes, they are.
Your CV is also an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Is that Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 56?
Yes, it is.
Is your written direct and written rebuttal testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Do you adopt your written direct and written rebuttal testimony as your sworn testimony today?
I do.
Madam Hearing Officer, Wild Earth Guardians moves for admission of Wild Earth Guardians Exhibits 56 through 77 and Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 97.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Are there objections?
No objections from NMOGA, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay. All right, thank you. Hearing no objections. Exhibit 50.
Do we have the 97?
Yes, it was emailed recently. Mr. Davis?
My apologies. I actually was able to put an exhibit number and page numbers on that during Mr. Horwitz's examination, and I emailed that to hearing officer, parties, and to Ms. Apodaca, and I did not directly email anything to the commission.
Ms. Apodaca, would you email Mr. Davis's, forward Mr. Davis's email of Dr. Brown's rebuttal to the commissioners, please?
Yes, ma'am, I'll do it right.
Thank you.
My apologies for that and not having a printed copy for the commission, but it is 2 pages, double spaced, I believe.
All right. I'm wondering, Sheila, if it is possible for another staff member to assist you in making a hard copy just for those of us on the dais up here.
Yes, I'll get that done.
Thank you so much. Let me go back to the admission of the exhibits. I'm admitting exhibits 56 through 77 and 97. Let's see. We are going to go to NMOGA first for questions. Is that you, Mr. Rankin?
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Officer, commissioners, members of the commission. Yes, I'll be conducting the cross of Dr. Brown. Good afternoon, Dr. Brown. I'm sorry that your technology makes it hard for us to engage in a more personal way. But thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. Dr. Brown, I understand from your dialogue with council that Exhibit 56, Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 56 is your curriculum vitae. Is that right?
That should be right. Yeah.
And that includes your education, work experience, and relevant training relevant to this hearing on this rulemaking.
Yes, it does.
And you would have included all relevant work and experience that would pertain to this specific rulemaking on that CV, correct?
I would.
But I don't see any in your relevant experience. I don't see any discussion of work with PFAS or PFAS related substances.
I've been on a commission in the state of Massachusetts, their expert panel, and we've discussed and gone into the detail of PFAS.
When did you join that commission?
approximately 12, 15 years ago.
Okay. But you didn't, is that commission reflected on your CV or your work experience?
I'm not sure which CV I sent you. I might not have gotten on that one.
Well, let me see if I can just assist, not to belabor the point, but I want to make sure that we are able to reflect what I want to make sure I understand your history and background here. Are you able to see my page on your screen, Dr. Brown? Do. Okay. I'm going to just scroll through and if you would just tell me, do you recognize this as your CV, right?
Yeah, I think it was. Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you recognize the commission on this CV that you're referring to?
I may not have put it on this CV.
Okay. But you had some exposure to, let me change that phraseology, some experience working with PFAS on that commission. Is that right?
We did.
Okay. And what was the context of that commission? What was the name of the commission?
It was the Hazardous Substances Commission. It's Massachusetts Department of Health. And it was a group of experts who reviewed water and other issues that came before the toxicology group at the department.
What years were you on that commission?
I've been on it since it was founded.
Do you recall what years those were?
2019, 2018.
To the present?
Yeah, I'm sure that should have been 1918 to 1995 to present. Yeah.
Okay. So from 1995 to the present, you served on that commission on the Massachusetts Department of Health?
Right.
Okay. And in that commission, have you done research or prepared any reports or papers specifically addressing PFAS?
Yeah, we have. We've the state of Massachusetts department prepared papers. We reviewed them. This is a panel of experts from the New England area. We reviewed them and we issued directives on drinking water levels for Massachusetts. Those are required to be reviewed every 3 years. So we've done that twice, and we did our most recent review was 2023.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Brown. On your in your testimony, I'm going to go ahead and scroll down just because it's probably easier since I'm not sure if you have it in front of you. On page 9, if you do happen to have it in front of you, that's great. And if you don't, I'll try to direct you to the portion that I'm interested in here. Down on page 9 of your testimony, and I apologize if I'm making anybody dizzy by scrolling rapidly. I'm looking at page 9 in footnote 13.
Okay.
You state here that health risks associated with certain oil and gas fracking chemicals are shown in the document prepared by the Health Project, and you cite to Wildlife Guardians Exhibit 68. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you agree with me that health risks, symptoms, or health effects, quote, associated with, end quote, a chemical exposure do not establish causation for purposes of public health toxicology. Do you agree?
Not exactly. If you have no information at all in a public health setting, you would look at exposure risks and look at the classes of chemicals and seeing if they are capable of producing the effects that you're seeing in the population. I'm not sure I understood your question about that.
I guess my question is, isn't there a distinction between something that determining causation versus associating an exposure with a certain health effect? Isn't there a distinction between confirming that something is caused by an exposure versus associating a health effect with it?
Well, certainly there is. It's a little more complicated than that. You have to think about what are the chemicals that you're looking at capable of doing. And in a public health situation, when you have a population that's showing health effects, you have to think about how to, whether those health effects could be related to that chemical. If you're doing a analytical research study, you would, or an epidemiology study, you would actually spend more time looking at chemicals and risks. These chemicals fell in classes that produce those kind of actions, and many of them actually, there is data available showing that they are health risks of various sorts. And that data has been tabulated by OSHA and other people, so you can get some feeling for them.
So if I were, in other words, you're saying that, if I understand you correctly, that public health agencies have tabulated the data and have evaluated whether there's an association with a exposure for a certain health risk?
There's a, use the term exposure. There's an exposure level at which that health risk would be expected, yes.
Okay. But there's a difference between a health risk and an association with the health effect and determining causation with that exposure. Agree?
I don't.
Why not?
I don't agree, because I think your question was, is there association between, is there a difference between saying this chemical, this health action was caused by a specific chemical, as opposed to the fact that this chemical is present and we're seeing health actions which could be caused by this chemical or possibly another one. Generally, we don't have in environmental exposures single chemicals, we have mixtures of chemicals present.
So based on that exposure or mixture of chemicals, how do you determine causation to any one specific chemical?
You identified this as a plausible health link, and since you're in a public health setting, you act to remove that chemical that possibly could be producing the effect.
Now, also in your testimony, skipping down to page 15.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it didn't take me a moment to get there.
That's okay.
I'm looking at lines 12 to 14. I'll highlight it here just for ease of reference. You state that, and I'll read it, and you tell me if I've done a good job. It also has been confirmed that exposure to PFAS can cause hepatotoxicity, neurotoxicity, reproductive toxicity, immune toxicity, thyroid disruption, cardiovascular toxicity in humans, and pulmonary toxicity and renal toxicity in laboratory animals. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
And then you cite here to a paper that is attached to one of your exhibits. Is one of your exhibits. It's Exhibit 73-A.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to read the whole title of that exhibit, but that's the basis that you rely on for that statement, correct?
Well, not the entire basis, but that and the fact that that and the fact that you see those links are links that are in the literature. I read actually the original papers on it, and they show that there is hepatotoxicity effects, and there are other effects at very low doses.
So I just want to work through the nuance or the language here, because I think it is important. Here in your testimony, you use the word confirmed.
That's right.
And then you also use the word cause. And I want to understand whether that's paper that you cite to, because I read through it and I'm not aware, I can't determine, I don't see where in that paper it establishes or confirms that any of those conditions are caused by PFAS. Do you agree with me that paper does not establish causation?
No, I think given the current level of understanding of PFAS I actually looked at the basic actions of PFAS. PFAS is very, very toxic. It's at low concentrations. It tends to bind with receptors, and it tends to interfere with membranes. It also has effects on endocrine factors. There's no doubt that it does that. It does that in animals. And in people, there are similar reports of similar effects. Cause may be too strong a word, but if you want to put plausibly cause in front of that, you can do that. But it is a plausible cause of these effects. In fact, the problem with PFAS is we don't know exactly how it acts in the receptor system to make these changes happen in the body that people are experiencing. But it's confirmed that that's what's happening. There's multiple studies, not multiple, but at least 5 to 10, that show that those effects are occurring. Question is, what dose do they occur at?
Okay, just a couple of questions. I mean, I think I understood you to say, I mean, are you changing your testimony that it maybe should be restated as plausible cause?
No, I'm convinced that that's within the sense of, as well as we know the effects of those things, that those are they are linked to those exposures. And I think the word cause is descriptive of what's going on for the general public.
Just to be clear, you're using two different terms. One is linked and also cause. And I want to understand, do you use those synonymously, linked and cause, to mean the same?
Depends on where I'm talking. It depends on if I'm talking to a population, I would give a strong response to that. If it was in front of the Society of Toxicology, I would give them more information about why I believe those relationships are causal.
Okay. But as to this citation on this paper here that I was referring to in footnote 24, is it your testimony that paper that you cite to does establish causation for those health effects that you referenced in your testimony?
It was not entirely, but as a group of papers that we looked at, it was a key paper.
Okay. Now on page 8, I'm going to flip back again. Apologize for bouncing around. I wish I could say there was a reason to my madness, but I don't think there really is.
I'll try and help you out.
All right, page 8. I'm looking at lines 2 to 6. This is sort of jumping into a discussion where I think there was some public health assessments going on in Pennsylvania. Do I have that sort of general description correct for this portion of your testimony?
Would you say your description again?
starting at it's really at the bottom of page 7 at line 22. This portion of your testimony is discussing a public health assessment that was occurring in Pennsylvania. Is that correct?
Yes, it was a situation where people who were exposed to fracking and exposed to gas development were experiencing health effects and other concerns. And we were asked to, I was asked to come in and form a group to see what was happening. So it was the beginning of a public health investigation of the type that we would have done if we were at HSDR or someplace else, and they wanted to do the investigation. That is a description of the beginning of that project.
Okay. Now, on that topic, reading through your testimony, your experience here, as I understand, is intended to relate your experience in Pennsylvania, correct?
Well, it does relate my experience in Pennsylvania, but it was attempting to emphasize the fact of what problems occur if you're trying to investigate a public health outbreak where people are sick and you don't have information on what they're being exposed to, and you don't have information on the capability of the community where they're living. So our objective was to try to do something to ameliorate their health issues.
And so in your testimony, it's limited to your experiences with oil and gas operations in Pennsylvania?
This was done in Pennsylvania, but we also looked at other states.
In your testimony,
there's an organization formed. It was called it's now called the Environmental Health Project. It was called the Southwest Environmental Health Project. The initial studies were done in Southwest Pennsylvania, extended further out from that, and ultimately we're working in areas nationwide.
Okay. But in your testimony, though, Dr. Brown, I didn't see anything outside of Pennsylvania. Do you agree with me that your testimony was limited to your experiences with oil and gas operations and public health effects in Pennsylvania?
Well, it included my entire experience, but most of the data that I showed you came from Pennsylvania, yes, okay, and came from that project.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Brown. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Mr. Maxwell, do you have any questions of Dr. Brown? All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Tremaine.
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, I do have a few questions. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Brown. Thank you for being here and thank you for your time. I just have a few clarifying questions. In Wildlife Guardian's exhibit 57 on page 13, you included a table including a list of symptoms. Do you recall that?
Page 13, yeah, I did.
Okay. Is my understanding correct that this is a list of symptoms that were reported to Health Project staff by individuals in the community?
You're correct, but they were, the way we set this up, we would send a nurse practitioner or a nurse or a health professional to each one of those people. Mm-hmm. They were families. We selected one person out of each family, usually the adult. And these questions there was a questionnaire, I didn't give it to you, but a questionnaire that asked, typically as a clinician would look at case, starting from the head on down. Each system identified, we asked a question about that system. For example, do you have any problems with dizziness, or do you have any problems with that? And the people would say, well, I may be woozy, or I may be something else, but because we had professionals asking them, they would say, well, that's dizziness, or that's nausea, or we would rate that as that. So each one of these items was defined as a clinician would define them, who was looking at the people. We did that both in Pennsylvania, near the fracking areas. Many of these people were there. We also did it in New York State, which was similar, but no fracking or nothing had happened to these people, but they were identified as places where fracking would occur, or a compressor station or something would occur.
Okay.
So it just isn't a questionnaire where somebody wrote something down. It was identified by a clinician.
And is my understanding correct that the purpose of this table is to indicate your findings that, or conclusions that individuals reporting to Health Project that were within a certain proximity to gas development experienced this list of symptoms at a higher rate than individuals who did not live within that proximity?
Yeah, what we were trying to do is to identify which symptoms we had appeared to be most likely to be most reasonably to be related to the health area. For example, if you go down and look at joint pain, which is about the 12th from the bottom, this table suggested that's unlikely to be related to the health problem. But if you go up and look at nausea, for example, or abdominal pain, that was more likely to be related to the health problem. What we're trying to do is what we were really trying to do was to create an epidemiologic case description so we could work to take the next step. And this told us what we should be looking for to designate this as a case.
Okay.
For effects. So it's more than that. And there is some statistical significance within it, but we didn't test the statistical significance of this because it was not a research study. It was trying to direct our project.
Okay. So Dr. Brown, when you, in this analysis, when you're looking at individuals or getting reports from individuals who are living in proximity to gas development, can you please clarify what is the radius of that proximity that you're looking at?
Yes, I can. It's usually within 2 miles or about 3-point-something kilometers. We restricted our looking at where we were calling it cases. We thought we had cases further out, but we wanted to be certain that we were not getting something else.
So is it your testimony that after performing this analysis, you associate a certain list of health symptoms to living in proximity to gas development in Pennsylvania?
It's my analysis that we see an increase in those symptoms because, for example, you get a headache for some other reason, but this population, which is a pretty large group, that's 72 people, that was a real increase.
Is my understanding correct that at the time of performing this analysis, you were not aware of the potential of PFAS as a contributing factor to these potential health impacts?
At that point in time, we had no idea that PFAS had any involvement whatsoever with oil and gas, and that was and other compounds also, and that was a major problem from a public health standpoint because what we were trying to do is identify where the likely causes are coming from. using causes again for your earlier gentleman. And in public health, when you're at that stage and you don't know what is happening, you take a step to break the chain of transmission. You're not trying to prove anything about this chemical does something or doesn't do it. You're trying to protect as many people as you can, as quickly as you can.
Dr. Brown, I took as a core tenet or takeaway from your testimony that one of your primary concerns was that you, due to a lack of information, you do not actually know what might be causing potential symptoms, such as those listed in this chart on page 13. Is that fair?
It's fair up to a point. We know that some of those chemicals that were there were capable of causing that, and it seemed reasonable to conclude that. But we also knew there were other chemicals there which could have been synergizing and increasing the responses to these chemicals. It's those other chemicals that we didn't know. So we were having to make the best judgment we could to protect the people with the information that was available. When we didn't have information available, we had no way to do anything with it because we didn't have any information. Is that clear?
I think it was. Thank you, Dr. Brown. The wells that in this analysis, when you're talking about these wells in Pennsylvania, for which reporting individuals are living within that 2 mile radius or certain proximity, are you aware of the producing depth of those wells?
That information is available in Pennsylvania. It's on Pennsylvania DEP provides that data. So on any given well at any given time, you can go and look at the depth of the well and see whether it's a shallow well or frightened well. We looked only at hydrofracking wells.
Okay. Can you characterize the average depth of the wells that were considered? No. Okay. Would you agree that gas development in Pennsylvania typically occurs at a shallower depth than that occurring in New Mexico?
I don't know.
Are you able to characterize the difference between the production depth of these wells and the water depth?
Most of the wells were going through the water table, and then the fracking was occurring below the wells. If that's your question.
Yes, Dr. Brown, that's essentially my question. I'm trying to get at how far, what's the delta in depth between the fracking depth that you're looking at and the water table?
It was, I can get that actually data for you if you want them. It's surprised somebody knows that. I mean, but the fact is that the flowback water that was coming back and the produced water that was coming back was getting sometimes, and the flaring was reaching the homes and people who we were working with.
Thank you. Dr. Brown, I think I just want to clarify, did you draw any conclusions as to whether the potential health systems you note in your testimony and in your project were associated with air impacts or exposure to water contaminants?
Yes.
Could you articulate that distinction?
Sure. If we took the evidence that we had, we looked at people who were drinking groundwater wells and were also getting exposed by the air, and compared them to people who were drinking what we called public water that was from a community or such, and compared the two, and we would see in both cases, we saw the pattern of health effects we were seeing. But we saw that those patterns were higher in those people who were drinking groundwater.
Thank you for that, Dr. Brown. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tremaine. Mr. Davis, any follow-up?
I do not.
Okay, let me move to the commissioners then. Commissioner Ampoma, would you like to start this time? Sorry, Commissioner Bloom. That's what I meant to say.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Brown. Can you hear me okay?
Great. I can hear you fine. Thank you.
All right. From my perspective at this point, some of the issues we have to resolve during the course of this hearing are what definition of PFAS do we use? Should we prohibit the use of undisclosed chemicals in New Mexico? We also need to talk about how studies are performed post accident in our state, and should notification be changed, and if so, how do we do that? So I think my questions for you are, do you have any thoughts on which definition of PFAS we should use? There's a broader one that Wild Earth Guardians has proposed, and I believe OCD and NMOGA have a different definition or definitions. I think I'll make that the question. So any thoughts on which definition we should use, the broader or more narrow one?
I would use the broader definition. And the reason is that if we look at PFAS, first of all, PFAS is amazingly toxic. It is probably more toxic than dioxane. The water levels set by EPA for all of these agents are very low. They're in parts per trillion. The compounds that we've studied well, that have been studied well, I think only one or two have been shown not to be as toxic as the extremely toxic ones, although they're still toxic. So every compound that has been tested carefully has been shown to be a very hazardous compound. I think if other chemicals come in, we would be acting too hopefully that they would not be a toxic chemical. I think seven out of 9 chemicals are in the highly toxic range. I think there's a message for us there.
And this is, you're thinking on this based as a doctor of physiology and toxicology?
Yeah, more on my chemistry and my biology background. We think about compounds in toxicology in groups. We think about aldehydes, we think about groups of chemicals, and we think about what target organ do they have. We don't have a specific target organ necessarily for these compounds, but wherever they turn up, they seem to produce effects at very, very low doses. There's a piece of data from Minnesota that I didn't provide to you, where the state of Minnesota put strong controls on PFAS, and the blood levels in their people actually went down after a couple of years. So I think that there's no doubt that they get in the body, they produce blood levels that are within the range that we would be worried about as health professionals, and not having them there is better. And to come back to your question, I think we would be making I want to use the term faulty, but if we were to assume that these compounds only occurred, the ones we've found all the toxic ones, and the others are not toxic, I don't think that that's a logical assumption.
And Dr. Brown, do you feel comfortable talking about public health?
Yes, I do.
Okay. There, I think one of the reasons there's a more broad and a more narrow proposal is the more narrow one would limit what we can test for, saying that there aren't tests for all of these substances out there, therefore we shouldn't ban them. Any comments on that?
I'll try to keep myself under control. I not knowing whether something is toxic doesn't make it safe to anyone. And we have a history in our country, in the world, of finding toxic chemicals that we've been breathing for years. Lead would be one of them, and others, mercury and things of that sort. When we got the chemicals out of the environment, people showed increased robustness and stuff. So from a public health standpoint, if you don't know that something is safe, the only thing you can say is, I don't know whether it's safe or not. And if somebody asks you what to do, you need to avoid the exposure or reduce it if you can. The problem with PFAS in this danger is individuals don't have a way to reduce it. They can move away is all they could do. And people in Pennsylvania, some of them just abandoned their homes and moved away because they couldn't be certain their children were safe. I don't think we personally, as a toxicologist or a professional or anybody, I don't want people moving away from their houses because they don't know whether it's safe or not.
So in your professional opinion, you would say that we should establish a chemical is safe before we allow it versus allowing it and then trying to find out later if it's toxic.
That would be the only moral thing to do, but we don't do that. We don't have a precautionary principle. So, but we do. FDA, for example, with drugs, carefully follows exposures in people when something new is put out there, so that each year they would go back and make sure the drug didn't have some unforeseen effect. In occupational medicine, we usually could do that and I worked in occupational medicine for some time. We actually can look at the workers and see how the workers are doing after the exposures. With the oil and gas industry, there really is no available that I know of health information on their workforce available to the public. So you don't have that clue. You have to go to the public, as we had to go in Pennsylvania and say, first, were these people plausibly exposed? They were. Were they showing health effects? They were. Were there chemicals there that could have caused these health effects? They were there. Did we know what to tell them to do? We didn't.
Yeah, thank you. Just changing tack, maybe two more questions.
Okay.
So Wild Earth Guardian's proposal would greatly expand disclosure to residents, police departments, fire departments, the Bureau of Land Management, the state land office where I work, anyone within 1 mile of where the frack job's taking place. We're not quite sure yet what form that communication would take. It could be a postcard, it could be a certified piece of mail. What would you want? I looked at some of the citations you made. You talked about the EPA's salt program, or I'll call it SALT program, and it talks about providing, I think, kind of actionable information, following up so that there's education, things like that. Just your thoughts, please.
I'll try to stay on point. The first, if you don't tell somebody that something's toxic or something is there and you know it, and they find out that you didn't tell it to them, you cease becoming a trusted source. Salt talked about trusted sources. And once you cease to becoming a public trusted source, the public health community and the government overall loses its ability to protect the population because they just don't believe you. They think you lie. So you don't want to do that. Water companies in some areas have systematic ways where they warn you. I just got something on the mail from my water company saying they didn't know whether there was toxic lead in the pipe coming to my house or not. I should test it myself. That's so, but they have frequent requirements that they do that. Some communities have put data on websites so that you can get to websites. The Fract Focus website is a nice website, but it doesn't tell you enough. It tells you that there's a chemical there. It doesn't tell you what sort of organ system would be affected, which a clinician would need. It doesn't tell you what the signs and symptoms would be, which is what a patient would want. Can that problem be solved? I think it can. I think that we have to change. In some cases, we might do it at the county level. If you have counties, you might do it at the Department of Public Health level. If you have an aggressive public health department or a thoughtful public health department. But I think the failure to tell somebody that something is there, you lose so much of your ability to do your job when they decide, I can't trust those people. I think you have to do something.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Dr. Brown.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chair, do you have questions?
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Appreciate it. I do have some questions on the chart that you have on page 13 with the symptoms in the exposed population from Pennsylvania and the non-exposed population in New York. Just out of curiosity, why is your sample size different, an N of 77 and an N of 88?
It is different. It wasn't a study. This was a collection.
Dr. Brown, your volume kind of went down. You changed something with your microphone. I could barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It wasn't exactly a study. We were looking in New York State for health effects that were occurring. We managed to get 88 families. We looked at Pennsylvania, and we were remember if I was restricting the families to a certain distance around the site, and that's the number we got. Statistically, I've got a doctorate, not a doctorate in statistics, but I studied statistics at Berkeley and Harvard, and those numbers we could do statistics with if we wanted.
So thank you for that. But I do have a question. Then on page 7 of your testimony, you spoke about the table on page 9 shows a comparison of health complaints between fracking communities in Pennsylvania and similar population in New York. Is this the same table, just different wrong page number?
Yeah, it's the same table. It got moved around when I was doing it. And the reason I stated it that way is we didn't go to Manhattan and look at people.
Sure.
We went to rural New York, which was kind of like rural Pennsylvania with different food.
So thank you for that. But for rural New York, did you apply the same criteria? You said that the area in New York was planned to have gas wells, but drilling had not happened yet. So did you still follow like they would be within 2 miles of these proposed gas wells, et cetera, et cetera?
That's a a very good question.
I can't hear you again, Dr. Brown. You changed something.
I know what's happening. Okay. That's a very good question. I think we may have made the distance a little bit bigger just because there wasn't anything going on. There would be a farmhouse, and this would be the farmhouse within a mile or so, or half a mile of where they were projecting they were going to put the well, or in some cases it was a compressor station.
Okay, so we're not really dealing with apples and oranges with oranges. We're fruit, but not the same statistics. So when you state we could draw statistical comparisons off of this, we really can't, because you're really not dealing with the same data set.
And we didn't.
Or criteria.
Yeah, we didn't. What we were doing was looking at people who had the same SRS background in New York and comparing them to similar people in Pennsylvania. And we were trying to identify which of those health effects we were seeing would be more likely than not to be associated with the being near the wells.
Okay, and just to clarify, the criteria, such as being 2 miles within a 2 mile radius of a well or a proposed well, was not applied, correct?
Well, it was in Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania, but not in New York.
There was no well in New York.
I know, but there was a proposed site, correct?
Yeah, we did not do that, no.
Okay. Thank you for that. My next question was in the questioning that the Oil Conservation Division asked you. You stated that chemicals can synergize.
Sorry.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry.
It's been a long day. I know, Doctor. I apologize. It's long for us as well.
It's beyond 7 in New York.
Yes, I know. So if you could just bear with me, I apologize. Yeah. You stated that these chemicals can synergize, and I wanted to know, synergizing in what way? Do we have any of that data?
Yeah, we do a little bit. Synergism, particularly these chemicals tend to attach themselves to fine particulate and PM2.5. And the PM2.5 carries the chemical into the deep lung.
And Doctor, could you tell me what PM2.5, because that was going to be one of my questions as well. I was trying to find it in your testimony here, but you didn't say what PM stood for.
I'm sorry. It's particulate matter. It's soot that is put out smoke, but very fine smoke, less than the width of a human hair.
2.5 microns, 2.5 nanometers?
No, 2.5 microns.
Okay, thank you.
Very fine particulate. And that size particulate adsorbs water-soluble toxic chemicals, water-soluble chemicals to the surface. Those water-soluble chemicals, if they're not on particulate, are trapped in the upper respiratory tract and are relatively non-toxic. If they're on particulate, they go by that trap and go to the deep lung where they can be absorbed into the bloodstream. So that effect is about a 10-fold effect in terms of toxicity. So if you put a toxic chemical in the air and expose some animal to it, and then put fine particulate with it, mix it, and then it will make the animal 10 times as sensitive.
Okay.
And unfortunately, almost all of the chemicals that we're getting around these sites are in the presence of fine particulate, PM2.5 and smaller.
Okay, that made more sense. Thank you for clarifying that. But I just have 2 more questions, and they should be fairly simple.
Sure.
In the table with the Southwest Pennsylvania and all the symptoms that they were seeing, was blood work done on these individuals? And if so, was PFAS in these people's blood?
There was, in some cases, there was blood work done that was gathered from National Institute of occupational health data. Some cases it was blood work done on those chemicals. In other cases, it was just an air. It was not just an air exposure; it was another effect. And I don't think they looked for PFAS.
Okay, but there was some PFAS data collected on some of the samples.
For that table, we didn't know PFAS was a problem when we prepared that table, so we didn't look for it.
Okay. Sorry, that generated another question for me then. So then you're extrapolating that PFAS is present in the area. PFAS can have these particular effects on an individual. Hence, PFAS could be attributing cause to, for instance, as you brought out, and I apologize, I flipped the page, so I need to get back. Headaches, shortness of breath, hair loss, skin cysts, any of these gamut of issues. Is that what I'm understanding? You're extrapolating that PFAS could potentially cause these issues.
Well, some of them they could. Some of them are consistent with what PFAS is known to do. Others it's not. But there are certain ones in here if you'll bear with me, I can take a look and see if I can show those. Shortness of breath maybe, although the skin rash, the weakness, and there's probably others in there too, are also consistent with PFAS being there. But there's other chemicals that could do that too in the chemicals that we found present in fracking.
Okay. So it could be any gamut of these chemicals that are in fracking, including PFAS, could cause these issues, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So you're not necessarily saying PFAS is doing this. You're saying any gamut of these compounds could be contributing to these causes in these individuals.
Yeah. The big problem is that nobody's getting exposed to just PFAS or just nitrogen oxide. People there are getting exposed to all of it. And when they get exposed to it because of the weather system, they get exposed to very high levels. But you're faced with, I don't know.
Okay. And as you can see, I mean, I understand that there's other chemicals as well, but we're strictly talking about PFAS. So I'm keeping it strictly on the PFAS here. So I do appreciate your answers on that. My last question for you, in your conclusion on page 20, starting with line 5, it says, additionally, it requires a community notification of chemicals used downhole in oil and gas operations. And you were stating how in this particular paragraph that undisclosed chemicals downhole in New Mexico right now is a problem. Did Pennsylvania notify individuals of downhole chemicals?
No, that was part of the problem. They eventually began to put they strengthened their identification. This project went over 9 years, and it's still going on. But at the beginning, the people didn't receive any information at all. Ultimately, they did. There was a Attorney General's report, which I think you might want to look at, that caused the Public Health Department to become more aggressive.
Okay, awesome. So then in your professional opinion, who should be notifying these individuals? Would it be the actual company that is using PFAS? Is it a Department of Health? Is it in this instance like the Oil Conservation Division who regulates in the state of New Mexico? Who would be issuing these notifications?
I would think the group that is most trusted in this is the Department of Health.
Okay.
That's who I would think should do it. The least trusted, my apologies to people are the companies.
Sure.
Now, there were companies in Pennsylvania who we had a great deal of confidence in, who came to us with information and were interested in what we were finding and what they could do about it. So it isn't a blanket. Every company is bad. None of them were bad, but some companies were very, very concerned about the health issues that they might be creating.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Brown. No further questions for me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ampoma.
Thank you. Dr. Brown, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
So I do have a couple of questions on page 4, line 5. In your testimony, you said that while the guardians has asked that I describe our early experiences responding to the human health risks from those chemical exposures encountered by residents in communities near oil and gas extraction. So my question to you is that as you were preparing for your testimony, did you gather any data from the state of New Mexico, especially within the 2 basins that produces oil and gas in the state?
I didn't use any data from New Mexico in doing that. In our history, we had worked with the Navajo Nation and on issues that they had with gas extraction. And of course, I considered that. There's a report on that someplace. But I didn't include it as it wasn't central to any point that I was making.
So based on your studies, more or less centered in Pennsylvania, so why do you believe that the state of Pennsylvania has not banned PFAS?
I really don't have any professional knowledge on what the state of Pennsylvania does or doesn't.
Can you provide to the commission, the depth, based on your study, the depth where oil and gas operations were occurring in your study area, specifically in Pennsylvania?
I could do that. It would require that I go back and dig it out. It would be a significant effort.
Yeah, I think certainly that can be provided to us since we do have a couple of days within the hearing. Definitely, it is good for the commission to more or less, since there has not been any specific study in the state of New Mexico, and we are more or less relying on other states. I think it is fair to the commission for us to get all the information for us to more or less make a very good, decisive decision on this matter.
Yeah, I think I suspect one of the people that I was talking to earlier can go online and get that depth information for Washington County in Pennsylvania.
So in your study, as you prepare for your testimony, so is your testimony that you don't have any data or you do not have any information with regards to exposure of PFAS to the oil and gas operations in the state of New Mexico?
I don't.
Okay. You talk about the pathways of exposure on page 10 of your testimony. I want to ask you, are you familiar with oil and gas operations, especially how we drill a well, we stimulate a well, we complete a well?
I'm not expert in that area, but in the work we were doing, we had to understand how the wells were being drilled, the number of wells would be on a site, and how they displayed what the air exposures were around the wells and what the potential water pathways were.
So with that, then can you explain to me, it's not really clear on the pathways of exposure. I do know that you've mentioned water contamination and airborne exposure. So based on your understanding as to how oil and gas wells are operated, can you more or less explain to the commission how, based on your study, you've seen water contamination let's say with PFAS, and then also airborne exposures for us to fully understand with regards to the pathways of exposure?
I think you asked for PFAS. We didn't know PFAS was there, so we didn't look for PFAS. We know other chemicals were there, and I can explain how we determined that there was we would call that an open pathway of exposure through water or through air. I could explain that to you.
So you're saying that even now, because you still made mention of the PFAS in that session of your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
So can you describe to the commission how you see a contamination of, let's say, USDW, underground source of drinking water, by, let's say, PFAS, and then also the airborne exposure as well?
Well, they're both pretty easy. If PFAS, everything that goes down the well that isn't utilized in the fracking process eventually comes up the well with the gas. And it's released in, I don't want to go into a lot of detail on that. Sometimes it's just released into the air in a blowdown. Sometimes it's released to the air in the gas as the gas is dried. We had wet gas in Pennsylvania. The gas goes through a drying process and chemicals are released into the air that way. Sometimes the water comes back and the wastewater and the produced water is used for various uses. At one point in Pennsylvania, they were using it on the highway to control deaths. So all of those were ways that information could get from the well to a person who could breathe it and be affected by it. That would be we would call that an open pathway. What we were trying to do, or our goal, was to close as many pathways as we could. We could close water pathways by simply saying, don't drink water, drink it out of a bottled water instead. We close that pathway partly by saying, don't take showers in any shower that isn't well ventilated. We could say take short, cold showers, which didn't go over big with the teenage kids. But our goal was to reduce the exposure because we did not know exactly what was causing people to be sick. But we knew that they were ill, and we knew that those people who were more ill were near sites with open pathways of exposure.
Dr. Brown, so on page 12 to page 13, you talk about a table of health symptoms. Now, can you explain to the commission how we should utilize this table, especially where there is no data from the state of New Mexico? You are presenting two different, let's say, scenarios, and even the chair probed a little bit more, to compare even if it is apples to apples. How would you want the commission to view this table? And also, how would you want us to incorporate that into our decision making?
I can only go so far with that. The way you would use a table like this is really 3 steps. First, you would look at these are symptoms, and you would say what organ system, the brain, the lungs, or so ever, are affected by these systems. We did that in our process. We would then take that data and create what we called a case description. And the case description is actually in our files. It's online. It says, if you have 1 or more of these symptoms, or 3 or more of these symptoms, and you are in a position where you could be in a pathway of exposure, then we should consider your effect as a potential associated with the well or with the fracking process. That table is as complete as we could make it when we made it. But once you have a case description, then a public health agency or anyone else can screen a population and find out who is being affected and who's not being affected. There's another step, of course, of identifying where are the possible sources of exposure to these people. If I were doing this, I would ask the health department. I've done this, actually. I would say to the health department, if people call you with this series of effects and they are in an area where there's gas drilling, you should be concerned about a contaminated well or a downwind exposure that they're getting that's unduly high. The health department then is going to have to decide what it wants to do to protect those people.
Thank you.
It can be done. I will assure you that it can be done, but somebody with public health background or health background is going to need to think through the steps for New Mexico, because I'm not from New Mexico. I'm from Connecticut. We have an ocean right next to us, and you guys are high desert, so it's different.
Yeah, so even on that point, would you agree with me that it would have been more effective if more or less, being an expert, you might want to more or less contact someone in New Mexico who really do understand what is going on in New Mexico to give you some guidance on your testimony?
No, I don't think I need guidance on my testimony. I actually worked at CDC, where I was responsible for public health practice and safety at all the Superfund sites in the country. So I know pretty much how it's done. If there were some unique things about New Mexico, they would focus on the government of New Mexico and the ability of your communication system to get information out in its way that's trusted. And I don't. Somebody would need to do that. But if you went to your health agency and asked some of the policy people, they could design it for you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. So this question is more general. I don't know whether you can respond to that or whether guardians do have some response to that. The question is, as you prepare for, let's say, as you were preparing for this hearing, did Waddell guardians more or less talk to community members in the state of New Mexico, specifically within the basins where oil and gas operations, where we do have oil and gas operations? You know, I took notes of all the public comments that we received so far. You know, some of the committee members are from Santa Fe, talking about being exposed to PFAS in the water. You know, and in mind, I'm like, okay, is there any oil and gas in Santa Fe, right? So, do you have any data, based on the communities more or less directly impacted by oil and gas operations in the state of New Mexico to back, let's say, some of the research that has been done in West Virginia and Pennsylvania to more or less support the case?
I heard it this morning. I have been listening to your people, and it's the same song in the new cafe. That's exactly what people were telling me in Pennsylvania. That's exactly people were coming to our offices and telling the very same kind of stories. They have limited water, they have limited resources to change it, but they're very concerned about the potential exposures. I don't think any of them that I heard this morning would want to repeat the experience that the people of Pennsylvania experienced. But I would be very surprised. The nature is the same in New Mexico as it is in Pennsylvania and in Connecticut and Maine and in various other countries around the world. There's air pathways that people are exposed to. We know that there's water pathways that people are exposed to. You people have very limited water. Just thinking about the amount of water that you would use to frack the wells is breathtaking, how much of your water supply you use. But I don't think as a expert, which I am in this area, I would be able to go to any particular state and say, this is what this state ought to do or not do. I can give you the information, but that's up to you to decide how you want to deal with it.
Yeah, so Davis, can you respond to the other part of my question? Whether data were collected in these cities, counties?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, so most of the testimony is all based on West Virginia, Pennsylvania, right? So are there any direct, let's say, data collected in the state of New Mexico?
Commissioner Mpoma, commissioners, I'll do my best to answer your question. And I think I would put it this way, and this really relates to the chart that people have been discussing, is that this chart, as I understand it from what Dr. Brown has said, is not used as a guideline in New Mexico. It is an example of the lengths that public health professionals had to go to try to solve a problem when they did not know what chemicals were present. And the reason they didn't know what chemicals were present was because Pennsylvania did not require full disclosure to the public. And Dr. Brown was a member of the public. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, so
if I could add just one thing. The data that I showed you is the data we had several as we went through this process. All the data that I'm showing you, if you look at some of the more recent papers, showed that we were pretty close to being on target. We had identified the same effects. Now there are papers that say, here's what the chemicals are. They've been analyzed by research studies, but we were not doing a research study. We were trying to respond to a public health outbreak, what we would call an outbreak. And we were gathering data on the fly and making decisions on the fly.
David, so my main concern here is that, while the guardians, you are asking a big ask of the commission. One is banning PFAS, and the other one is banning all undisclosed chemicals, right? So, as I sit here, I really want to see evidence of how let's say there's been numerous oil and gas operations in the state of New Mexico, right? So definitely, I want to see real data in our state. That should push us to more or less go the extreme of even burning undisclosed chemicals, where there is no data to support the claims.
Your experience with undisclosed chemicals will be, in my judgment, the same as the experience we had in Pennsylvania when we were working with undisclosed chemicals. Physicians and public health people simply cannot guess as to what the effects are. And you simply cannot assume the compounds are safe. We don't assume every compound is not safe. But when there are chemicals that are in the toxic category, which these are, we assume that we need to protect the public health.
Yeah, I do understand that. But as I sit here, I really want to see some work done in New Mexico, at least real evidence, data from New Mexico that can support the commission, for us to more or less go the extreme of even banning undisclosed chemicals. These are great examples, but what is happening in New Mexico? I want to see some real evidence based on, let's say, this week-long hearing. I want to see some community members in the direct oil and gas operations who are going through these problems. At least there has to be some kind of evidence, because you are more or less using West Virginia and Pennsylvania. And based on JC's comment, probably they are operating in the shallow zones in the state. So it's definitely different from the state of New Mexico. So I really want to see more information, based on any work study done in the state of New Mexico.
The Sierra Club did a study with the Navajos, which we worked with. I think the Navajo Nation is in New Mexico, and if you find that study, I'm sure that the wildlife guardians can find it for you and give it to you. You'll see the damage that we identified in New Mexico. So if you want data directly from New Mexico, it exists. You only have to go look for it.
And thank you, Commissioner Ampoma. Is there any reason at this time not to excuse Dr. Brown? No? Right. Thank you very much for your testimony, Dr. Brown.
Thank you for listening to me. And if you need any other thoughts, I'd be happy to share them with you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
All righty, so we've come to the vicinity of the end of the workday. Mr. Davis, I know you have two more witnesses, Dr. Spear and Ms. Troutman. What order do you suppose you'll be presenting them in?
I have not heard from Dr. Spear yet today, but he's supposed to be traveling. He may be en route. So if possible, I'd like to call Dr. Spear in the morning, assuming he gets here on time. And then we would call Ms. Troutman. If he does not get here on time, we will reverse that order.
All right. Thank you very much for that. We will start tomorrow morning at 8:30. I'll take public comment for at least a half hour for it to be given. And then we'll turn to the technical case whenever we run out of public commenters. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we break today? Sheila, would you confirm this room will be locked and we can leave non-valuable things overnight?
Yes, I will lock it up at the end of the day.
All right, thank you.
And we may have somebody on who's been waiting to make a public comment. I don't know if she's still here.
Oh, okay.
Her name was Ruth Striegel.
Okay, Ms. Striegel, are you still on the platform? I see an RS. No, that's Rebecca. Ms. Striegel, are you here? No?
Yeah, she may return tomorrow morning. I told her she
Okay, well, thank you very much for that, Sheila. All right, we will see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30.